Now it's a case of waiting until Birdramon wants to sleep, and ensuring that her happiness and discipline are both at the maximum. From the looks of things, they already are at the maximum, so if we continue to be a good tamer, then we should be able to keep her happiness and discipline at the maximum. In other words, feed her when she wants to eat, take her to the toilet when she wants the toilet. And as an extra precaution, I'm also going to rest at the clinic until our tiredness is at the minimum, just in case it is true that you do also need to have 0 tiredness in order for the special digivolution from Birdramon to Airdramon to work. I know that you have to sleep with maximum happiness and discipline, and apparently you also need, tiredness to be at the minimum. I'm not, that is something I'm less sure about, but I've still chosen to rest at the clinic to eliminate tiredness. It's also taken us closer to the hour in which Birdramon will want to sleep. Okay, Birdramon does now want to sleep. And this special digivolution that enables you to digivolve to Airdramon, you don't just have to have Birdramon as your subject Digimon, it also works with Seedramon. So if you sleep with Birdramon with maximum happiness, maximum discipline and minimum tiredness, then there's a 1 in 3 chance of her digivolving to Airdramon, and the same is true with Seedramon. If Seedramon sleeps with maximum happiness, maximum discipline and minimum tiredness, then he too can digivolve to Airdramon. So Birdramon and Seedramon are the 2 subject Digimon when it comes to this special digivolution involving Airdramon. And from the looks of things, we have been successful with the digivolution on our very first try. I took the precaution of saving at Digimon's house and then sleeping, and only sleeping, so that if the digivolution was unsuccessful, which it wasn't because we've got Airdramon, but if the digivolution was unsuccessful, then, I could just reload and try again, but it wasn't necessary. Okay, we've spoken to Digimon, which means that he has mentioned Mount Infinity. $56 prosperity points is where we are currently at. And we are about to be challenged by Airdramon. with the Airdramon battle out of the way, we now no longer need to worry about speaking to Digimon. What I mean is that we can now speak to Digimon without needing to have any concerns, because speaking to Digimon now onwards isn't going to trigger anything that could be a problem. You know, previously there was the issue with Greymon, and then there was the issue with Airdramon, but both of those Digimon have been recruited, so I now have no problem with speaking to Digimon in order to keep track of our number of prosperity points. He said that our number of prosperity points is 56, and that's because Airdramon doesn't officially join the city until after you defeat Machinedramon, and the same is true with Devimon and MetalGreymon. But nonetheless, I am going to class defeating Airdramon as recruiting Airdramon, the same way that I will class defeating Devimon as recruiting Devimon, and defeating MetalGreymon as defeating MetalGreymon, which means that the battle against Devimon will have to be done with Devimon, and the battle against MetalGreymon will have to be done with MetalGreymon. The fact that we've defeated Airdramon means that we do now have access to Mount Infinity, but the problem with that at the moment is that if we were to try and make progress with Mount Infinity, then the very first major battle is against Devimon, who obviously we can't defeat with Airdramon, not in this challenge. So we won't be able to go to Mount Infinity until we've got Devimon as our Digimon, so that we can defeat Devimon under the restrictions that we are going by, and then we will have access to the next part of Mount Infinity, which will mean being able to battle MetalGreymon and Megadramon. Yeah, if we were to go to Mount Infinity, we would have to battle Devimon first. We would have to get him out of the way, and then if we were to do that, then Megadramon would be available to us in Mount Infinity, and so too would MetalGreymon, which means that the next Digimon to defeat would be one of those two Digimon. The next Digimon to Digivolve to would be one of those two Digimon. Either Digivolve to either Digivolve to Megadramon so you can defeat Megadramon, or Digivolve to MetalGreymon so that you can defeat MetalGreymon. But before that, Digivolve to Devimon so that you can defeat Devimon. Well, Birdramon was good for defeating and recruiting Birdramon. Airdramon was good for defeating Airdramon. But we are now at the point where we are waiting for Airdramon to fade away, because I have nothing more to do with him in this lifespan. He has 2 potential digivolutions. One of them is Phoenixmon, who is completely useless in this challenge. The other is Megadramon, who we will need in this challenge. Megadramon will be a Digimon who we will need to Digivolve to, but not until Megadramon is recruitable, and at the moment Devimon is in the way, which means that Megadramon is not reachable at the moment. So even though Megadramon would be useful later on, there's no point in Digivolving to him at the moment. I just want Airdramon to fade away. And hopefully I won't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for Airdramon to Digivolve to either of the Digimon that he can Digivolve to. I'm on the Digivolution guide, and I'm trying to get up the requirements for Phoenixmon and Megadramon, and it doesn't seem to be working. There seems to be technical faults. Okay, that's weird. For some reason the Digivolution guide seems to be having technical faults. I'm trying to get to the Digimon a different way. Megadramon, the bonus condition, either a minimum of 30... Okay, actually, well, we're fading away, so I don't even need to go over it. But Megadramon, the bonus condition was a minimum of 30 techniques, which I don't think we were fulfilling. I think we only had 28 techniques. And then also a minimum of 30 battles, which we definitely weren't fulfilling. We definitely weren't fulfilling the stat requirement either. 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. The weight requirement 50 to 60, that we also weren't fulfilling. Our weight was too low. Care mistake requirement maximum of 10. That I'm not sure about, because when we were waiting for Airdramon to fade away, we were getting a lot of care mistakes from not feeding Airdramon. Whether or not our care mistakes overtook 10, I'm not sure. But there was definitely no risk of us Digivolving to Megadramon. We didn't have the weight or the bonus condition, and we didn't have the stats either. I suspect that we also didn't have the care mistake requirement. And then Phoenixmon, maximum, the care mistake requirement maximum of 3, we would have gone over that very early on. weight requirement 25 to 35, we probably would have gone under that very early on. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 40 techniques or a maximum of 0 battles or a minimum of 100 discipline. We had a battle as Airdramon, which means that we had more than 0 battles. I think we have 28 techniques, which is less than 40 techniques, and our discipline, from being such a bad tamer, our discipline would have been well under 100, which would have ruled out the bonus condition for Phoenixmon, as well as the care mistake requirement, and the weight requirement, and then the stat requirement: 4000 HP, 4000 MP, 400 speed, 600 brains. We wouldn't have had that either, so we didn't need to worry about digivolving. We didn't need to worry about the risk of Airdramon digivolving to any unwanted Digimon. He faded away as Airdramon, which was what I wanted. Okay, I'm kind of annoyed about the evolution guide that doesn't seem to be working, or at least not as well as it usually works. Because I am trying to go through the digivolution requirements. Okay, it looks like it is now working. So, as you know, I chose the yellow egg, which Poyomon hatched from, and Poyomon digivolved to Tokamon, and very conveniently, Tokamon can digivolve to Patamon, and Patamon can digivolve to Angemon, a Digimon we haven't yet recruited, and it's possible for Angemon to digivolve to Devimon as a result of a special digivolution. Devimon is also a Digimon who we haven't recruited, and by digivolving to Devimon, we would be able to defeat the Devimon in Mount Infinity, giving ourselves access to Megadramon and MetalGreymon. And not only that, but Devimon can also digivolve to Megadramon, which would then make recruiting Megadramon possible, which means that in this one single lifespan, it would be possible to recruit Angemon, Devimon, and Megadramon, earning 7 prosperity points, and giving ourselves access to the MetalGreymon in Mount Infinity for a future lifespan. I started off by giving my Digimon a super carrot to boost the effects of training brains, because I knew that brains was the stat that I wanted to train. And since then, I have chosen to keep the effects of the super carrot by not feeding my Digimon, rather than going to the restaurant or having to keep feeding my Digimon super carrots in order to keep the effects of the super carrot. In order to digivolve to Patamon, the superior stat has to be either HP or attack or brains, and at the moment brains is our superior stat by far. With Biomon, the superior stat has to be one of the other 3 stats, MP, defense or speed. So by having brains as our superior stat, Patamon is the Digimon that we would digivolve to. Care mistakes and bonus conditions are both completely irrelevant when it comes to digivolving from entraining Digimon to rookie Digimon. So as long as your superior stat is what needs to be the superior stat in order for you to digivolve to the rookie Digimon that you want to digivolve to, then you will be successful with digivolving to that rookie Digimon. And if I then focus on Angemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains, and I think now you can see why I was keen to train brains so much, because not only is it a relevant stat for Patamon, but it's also a relevant stat for Angemon, and Patamon is the Digimon that we have digivolved to. The other part of the stat requirement is to have 1000 MP, which we don't currently have, but it would be easy enough to get MP up to 1000, so that we would have the stat requirement for Angemon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 0, which means that we have to completely avoid care mistakes in order to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Angemon. So I'm choosing to feed Patamon, but instead of going to the restaurant, I'm choosing to feed him super carrots, which will mean keeping the effects of the super carrots, and it'll also cause weight to go down as well. And I am now training MP, which is the other relevant stat for Angemon. Train MP just once more, and we will have the stat requirement for Angemon. We currently have the care mistake requirement for Angemon, and we'll continue to have it as long as we don't have any care mistakes. The weight requirement 15 to 25, we are not currently fulfilling that because the super carrots would have put our weight down. But the 2 elements to the bonus condition are to have a minimum of 35 techniques, which we don't, or to have Patamon as your Digimon, which we do. And now that we've got 1000 MP, we do now have the stat requirement for Angemon, along with the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, that being 3 of the requirements. And at the moment our weight is only going downwards. To focus on the other Digimon, Dramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, which we don't have, not at the moment anyway. The care mistake requirement, minimum of 3, not currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement, 35 to 45, currently not fulfilling that. The bonus condition has 2 elements, either for happiness to be at a minimum of 50% or for you to have a minimum of 28 techniques. I think that I am fulfilling the bonus condition for Dramon because of the techniques. I think that I've got 26 different techniques, but Dynamite Kick and Horizontal Kick both count as double apparently, which brings it up to 28 techniques. We have the bonus condition for Dramon, but none of the other requirements. Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We don't have that, not currently. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We don't currently have... Sorry, we are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We are not currently fulfilling that. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a maximum of 5 battles, the other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. I think we are succeeding at both elements of the bonus condition, but that plus the care mistakes is just 2 of the requirements for Tyrannomon at the moment. Ogremon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack. We're not fulfilling that, not currently. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. We're currently not fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We are currently not fulfilling that. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. We are not fulfilling that either, so that's 0 of the requirements for Ogremon. And you can probably tell that I am aiming to keep my weight down, so that I'm not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of Patamon's natural champions, which means that I would have to fulfill all 3 of the other requirements in order to be able to digivolve to a natural champion. And in the case of Angemon, I am currently being successful with that due to the stats and the care mistake and the bonus condition, but with the other Digimon that I've gone over so far, I've had no more than 2 of the requirements, because as well as not having the weight requirement, there's also been at least 1 other requirement that I haven't had either. Leomon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 speed, and 100 brains. I'm not currently fulfilling that. I've got the brains, but not the attack or the speed. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I am currently fulfilling that. And obviously fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Angemon will mean fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Leomon, as well as any other Digimon who needs to keep their care mistakes under a certain amount. Tyrannomon is another example, who has to keep his care mistakes at a maximum of 5. The weight requirement for Leomon is 15 to 25. We are currently not fulfilling that. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We are currently not fulfilling that either. So that's just one of the requirements for Leomon, the care mistake requirement. As for Unimon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 speed. Currently we are not fulfilling the stat requirement, we're not fulfilling either part of it. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, we are fulfilling that. Weight requirement, 25 to 35, we're not fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We are not fulfilling that either, so that's just one of the requirements for Unimon. So yes, at the moment I am fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Angemon and going about the game in a way where I'm not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of Patamon's other Digimon. And the fact that MP and Brains are Angemon's relevant stats, and they are so much superior to the rest of our stats, even if I was to fulfill 3 requirements for one of the other Digimon, I'm sure that the digivolution requirement would go in Angemon's favour because of how good his relevant stat average would be. Because, add up our MP and defense and divide by 2, it's going to be a good number. And if you were to add up the other, if there was another Digimon where I was to fulfill 3 of the requirements, and you were to add up their relevant stats and divide by the number of different relevant stats, then I'm very confident that the relevant stat average would be firmly in Angemon's favour, which means that he would be the one who would benefit from the Digivolution priority. Angemon can digivolve to Andromon and Phoenixmon. Phoenixmon is useless in this challenge. Andromon is not useless in this challenge. And he is a Digimon who we could actually do with right now, because then we could go back to Factorial Town and speak to Andromon and recruit Andromon. Obviously, we would need to have Andromon as our Digimon in order to be allowed to do that. And if we were to digivolve from Angemon to Andromon, then that would enable us to recruit Andromon from Factorial Town, which would also result in Nanimon being in the sewer, which at the moment would be our 4th encounter with Nanimon, and it would also make Guromon recruitable, because Guromon recovers after you recruit Angemon, and then that means that Guromon would be recruitable in a later lifespan, but instead of aiming to digivolve from Angemon to Devimon, instead of aiming to digivolve from Angemon to Andromon, what I instead am going to be aiming to do is digivolve from Angemon to Devimon, as a result of a special digivolution. I think that the requirement for the digivolution is for you to lose a life when you've got Angemon as your Digimon, and I think your discipline also needs to be in the negative, and by doing that there's a 50% chance of you digivolving from Angemon to Devimon. And interestingly, Devimon is not a Digimon who you can digivolve to naturally. In order to digivolve to him, you either have to use a digivolution item, or you have to do the special digivolution from Angemon to Devimon. And I will save at Gigimon's house before getting Angemon defeated. I will put all of my items into the item bank so that I won't lose any items when getting defeated. I will keep my HP low so that getting defeated will be easier than it would be if my HP was to be high. The fact that my brains is at 300 means that I can pick the distance command, which will stop me from attacking, eliminating any risk of me defeating the opposing Digimon. And I think that it would make the most sense to get myself defeated at Mount Infinity, go to the very first room in the Mount Infinity, and the Digimon there should have no trouble with defeating me. And if I digivolve from Angemon to Devimon, then fantastic. If not, then I will have to reload and try again. And if I am again unsuccessful, then I would have to keep reloading, and I would have to do things slightly differently each time, so that the variables are different, you know, to create the possibility of there being a different outcome, the outcome being us digivolving to Devimon instead of us not digivolving to Devimon. As well as being able to digivolve to Megadramon, Devimon can also digivolve to SkullGreymon, but we don't want SkullGreymon, we've already recruited him. Megadramon is the Digimon that we want, because we want to, well, the very next thing we want to do is digivolve to Angemon, and then go to the Ice Sanctuary and recruit Angemon, then digivolve to Devimon, and then I will want to go back to training to help with digivolving from Devimon to Megadramon, but before digivolving to Megadramon, I will have to defeat Devimon while I've still got Devimon as my Digimon, then digivolve to Megadramon, and then defeat Megadramon while I've got Megadramon as my Digimon. And if I go over the stat requirements for Megadramon, you might think that so far I've gone a bit over the top with MP, getting it up to 4,500. However, when it comes to the stat requirements for Megadramon, the MP requirement is 5,000, and while I've been training in this lifespan, I have been aware that 5,000 MP is the amount of MP that I am going to need to have in order to have any chance of being able to digivolve to Megadramon. So that's why I have trained my MP so much. I've also trained my brains a lot, because the brains requirement for Megadramon is 400. And now I'm taking a pause from those stats and am training attack, and the attack requirement for Megadramon is 500. Just to go over all of the stat requirements for Megadramon, you know, starting with the top and going all the way down, you need 3,000 HP, 5,000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. That's the stat requirement for Megadramon. I am close to reaching the target amount of MP. I'm not too far away from reaching the target amount of brains, but the other stats I have a lot more work to do. Well, I regret to say that the bonus condition for Megadramon is something that we are probably not going to be fulfilling. There's two elements to it. One is to have a minimum of 30 techniques. The other is to have a minimum of 30 battles. I really don't fancy the idea... Okay, we're digivolving. I really don't fancy the idea of having 30 battles while we've got Devimon as our Digimon. I would much rather be spending our time training. So it's looking like we won't have the bonus condition for Megadramon. Okay, Angemon is our Digimon. It's looking like we won't fulfill the bonus condition for Megadramon, which means that we are going to need all 3 of the other requirements. I've already gone over the stats. The stat requirement is pretty strict, but achievable nonetheless. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10. That we should be able to fulfill, no problem. The weight requirement is 50 to 60. I don't think Devimon is the greediest of Digimon, and because of that, I may end up needing to force feed Devimon in order to get his weight within the range of 50 to 60, unless I eat at the restaurant and the restaurant is able to get Devimon's weight up to the range of 50 to 60. I suppose it's possible that it might even get the weight above the range, and then I would end up needing to use super carrots in order to get my weight back down to the range of 50 to 60. But the weight requirement shouldn't be a problem. Either force feed Devimon if his weight is too low, or give him super carrots if his weight is too high. Care mistakes is simple enough, just avoid care mistakes, or at the very least, keep them at a maximum of 10. And then we need to get HP up to 3000, MP up to 5000, attack up to 500, defense up to 300, speed up to 400, and brains up to 400. Now, I'm going to the Ice Sanctuary to recruit Angemon, and it's going to be very straightforward. I just need to enter the room where the statue used to be, then enter the next room, and then leave that room, return into this room where the statue is meant to be, and Angemon will then appear and will then join the city. He's going to show up very shortly. There he is. We got the hard part out of the way when we had Piximon as our Digimon, when we explored the Ice Sanctuary, defeated the Icemon and the 2 Ogremons, stepped into the bright light, freeing Angemon, and then that left us in a position where, in order to recruit Angemon, you just had to enter the room where the statue used to be, from the room that's a bit deeper into the Ice Sanctuary. Because we went into the room that's a bit deeper into the Ice Sanctuary, and then we returned to where the statue is meant to be, and then Devimon showed up, sorry, Angemon showed up and joined the city. We couldn't have done it when we had Piximon as our Digimon, so we had to wait until we had Angemon as our Digimon. And I've decided not to Digivolve to Devimon just yet, because I think Devimon is a Digimon who is active during the night and inactive during the day, which means that if we were to Digivolve to Devimon now, then he would just want to sleep, and that would be time wasted, because that would be time that could be spent training instead. Angemon is different, because this is a active period for him. Angemon is active during the day and inactive during the night, so I am training until Angemon wants to sleep, and then instead of letting Angemon sleep, I will then pursue Digivolving from Angemon to Devimon, and if we Digivolve to Devimon, then it should then be Devimon's active period, and then we can start training with Devimon as our Digimon. It's just, if we had Digivolved when we returned to the city when it was about 6 AM, if we had Digivolved to Devimon, then I think that Devimon would have wanted to sleep, or would have been close to wanting to sleep in, and I think we would have slept until probably some point between 4 PM and 6 PM. But instead of doing that and spending that time sleeping, I thought remain as Angemon, because I think that he usually wants to sleep at about 6 PM and sleeps until about 4 AM, kind of the opposite of Devimon, so I thought keep Angemon, so that I can use this time training, and then when we get to the end of Angemon's active period, you know, when Angemon wants to sleep, go and get Angemon defeated, Digivolve to Devimon, and then it should be the beginning of Devimon's active period. We've just entered the beginning of Angemon's inactive period, meaning that he wants to sleep. But by Digivolving to Devimon, I think that this will be the early stages of Devimon's active period, meaning that we can then start training with Devimon. There are quite a few special Digivolutions in this game. I think the most basic ones are probably Digivolving to Sukamon and Numamon and Kunamon, and I suppose Nanimon is also one of the more basic special Digivolutions, but then you do have some harder special Digivolutions. Oh yes, and I need to get my discipline down, don't I? I'm putting my discipline down so that it's going to be into the negative. Okay, that looks good enough. inventory is empty, so we can't lose any items. Put discipline down that tiny bit more. And now this is where we save, and now go to Mount Infinity to get ourselves defeated, and hopefully Digivolve to Devimon. As I was saying, some of the special Digivolutions are more difficult. Like earlier in the challenge, you saw me Digivolve from Vegemon to Ninjamon, which was one of the harder special Digivolutions. And now you are witnessing me attempt to do a special Digivolution from Angemon to Devimon. And there are other special Digivolutions which are going to be happening during this challenge. There are more to come. So the countdown has started. It didn't take long at all for Angemon to get defeated. Life lost, and we have, I believe, a 50% chance of digivolving to Devimon now. And it looks like it's happening. Devimon is our new Digimon. And in order to digivolve to Megadramon, assuming that we are not going to fulfill the bonus condition, which I'm very confident that we will not be doing, we're going to have to get HP up to 3000, MP up to 5000, attack up to 500, defense up to 300, speed up to 400, and brains up to 400. We're going to have to keep care mistakes at a maximum of 10, and we are going to need our weight to be between the range of 50 to 60. If I just look at Devimon's other possible Digivolution, SkullGreymon, well, the first thing I've noticed with SkullGreymon's stat requirements is that the MP requirement is 6000, and whereas for Megadramon it's just 5000. So if we fulfill the stat requirements for Megadramon and keep fulfill the stat requirements for Megadramon, which will mean getting MP up to a minimum of 5000, but we keep MP under 6000, then we will have the stat requirement for Megadramon and not SkullGreymon. The care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon is a minimum of 10, so an easy way to avoid the care mistake requirement is simply by keeping care mistakes under 10, keeping care mistakes between the range of 0 to 9, The weight requirement for SkullGreymon is 25 to 35. Hopefully we will be able to get outside of that range just from feeding Devimon, and I'm trying to get our discipline up a bit by offering small recoveries to Devimon, hoping that he'll refuse them so that I can then scold him and, you know, boost his discipline. I'm just going to be doing this for a little while. I want my discipline to at least be in the positive. The bonus condition for SkullGreymon: either have a minimum of 45 techniques or a minimum of 40 battles. We definitely won't be fulfilling that. Yeah, even though I think our weight is currently within range for SkullGreymon, I don't think any of the other requirements are currently being met. And when it comes to the digivolution, we are not going to have any of the requirements for SkullGreymon, because we are going to get our weight up to be within the range of 50 to 60. Our brains is at 331. We need to get it up to 400. But we also need to get our defense up to 300, which is currently only 130. And by training defense, our brains will go up as well. And I'm choosing to feed hawk radishes to Devimon as a way of boosting his weight, because hawk radishes are not the most filling of items, and yet they cause your Digimon's weight to go up by 3. As I was saying, by training defense and getting defense up to 300, we will put our brains closer to 400. Our brains, if it doesn't reach 400 from training defense, then it won't be hard to just train brains that little bit more, so that brains does get up to 400. MP is very close, and it will become even closer if we were to train brains. I don't think that we will have to train MP many times in order to get MP up to 5,000. And then that leaves HP, attack and speed, where 3,000 HP is needed, 500 attack speed is needed, and 400 speed is needed. Well, by training HP, it will also put our attack up. By training attack, it will also put our speed up. And by training speed, it will also put our HP up. The point I'm making is that, by training a certain stat, it will also help another stat, and that should make reaching the stat requirement easier than it might appear to be. But you have to remember, we can't just stay in the city and train until we digivolve to Megadramon. We do have to go to Mount Infinity with Devimon as our Digimon, so that we can defeat the Devimon in the Mount Infinity, and then because of that, Megadramon will then be available, and that's when it would then be ideal to digivolve to Megadramon, so that we can then defeat Megadramon as well. My attack is under 500 at the moment, and my HP is under 3000. But I am training attack, so I am training HP, and my attack is going up. As a result of that, putting my attack closer to the target of 500. Yeah, I'm trying to get my HP closer to the target of 3000, and at the same time I'm putting my attack closer to the target of 500. And these hawk radishes are certainly doing my weight a treat. Because I can't remember what our weight was when we digivolved to Devimon, but I think it was between 25 to 35, a long way adrift of the needed range of 50 to 60, but every hawk radish that we are given to Devimon is boosting our weight by 3, and we are typically giving him 2 hawk radishes when he wants to eat, boosting our weight by 6. So these hawk radishes are really helping with fulfilling the weight requirement. Not to mention that it's also making training HP more effective, because HP is one of the hawk radish boosts the effects that you get from training HP, defense and speed. So HP is one of the things that benefits from giving a hawk radish to your Digimon. Okay, well, we've trained HP quite a few times since waking up, so now I'm going to go to the clinic to rest, because HP is the most tiring stat to train. Training HP is more tiring than training any of the other stats. Which means that you can't train HP too many times before tiredness becomes a problem, and you end up needing to rest, or else be faced with the sweat bubble. I think that's put our weight up to 37, which is now only 13 adrift of the lower end of the weight requirement that we need, but Devimon is about to go to the toilet, which will put our weight down by a bit. After HP, I think that training attack is the next most tiring stat to train. I think that training brains is the least tiring, and then after brains I think MP is the next like least tiring. Sorry, I think HP is the most tiring, followed by attack. I think brains is the least tiring, followed by MP, and then speed and defense I think are somewhere in the middle. Now our HP is not at 3000, but we need to train our speed because we need to get our speed up to 400, and simply from training speed we will be able to go the rest of the way with the HP. We will be able to get our HP up to 3000 and more than that, in fact, just from doing the necessary speed training. I think if we, just train speed, HP will reach 3000. If we train speed until it's close to 400, and then if we train attack, hopefully we will be able to get our speed up to 400 from training attack, while also getting our attack up to 500. Okay, our HP is now at 3000, and by doing what I said, hopefully then HP, attack and speed will all be at the necessary amounts, leaving just MP, brains and defense. And out of those 3 stats, 2 of them are already, 2 of them we've already gone a long way with. I mean, MP is extremely close. As for brains, well, I wouldn't say that it's... Well, MP needs to go up to 5000, and it's currently 4700, so MP is extremely close. Brains needs to go up to 400, it's currently 330. I wouldn't say that it's extremely close, but I would say that it is close. And once we've seen to HP, attack and speed, if we then train defense to get defense up to 300, I think that at the same time that will either put brains up to 400, or at the very least put it closer to being 400. And then if we need to train a bit more brains, then that will put MP being closer to 5000, and then we won't have to train much MP at all in order for our MP to get to 5000. I think we would only have to train it once or twice, and then we would be there with those 3 stats as well. I don't think we've had any care mistakes yet, which means that we do currently have the care mistake requirement for Megadramon, like we have done the whole time. Our stats are gradually getting closer, and our weight is gradually getting closer as well. So we are definitely heading in the right direction. What I do have in mind is to get the relevant stats in order to digivolve to Megadramon, and to obviously have the care mistake requirement in the bag, and not have the bonus condition in the bag. And what I would like to do, or rather what I have in mind, is to intentionally have my weight outside the range of 50 to 60, so outside the range that would be needed in order for me to digivolve to Megadramon, along with having the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement. And the reason why I say that is because you need to have a champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days before it can digivolve to an ultimate. And I would like to, reach and exceed that 6-day period, and be in a position where Devimon would digivolve to Megadramon if if 3 of the requirements were being fulfilled. And I would like to have the stat requirement fulfilled along with the care mistake requirement, but I would like to have the weight requirement either a bit too low or a bit too high, so that Devimon won't digivolve to Megadramon. Then I can go to Mount Infinity and defeat Devimon. Then after defeating Devimon, I can then alter my weight so that it is within the range. So if my weight is below the range of 50 to 60, then put it up so that it is within the range of 50 to 60. Or if my weight is above the range of 50 to 60, then put it down so that it's within the range of 50 to 60. This is just after defeating Devimon, so that I will then digivolve to Megadramon in Mount Infinity, and I can then go straight to Megadramon and challenge him as well. It's just, if I was to go to Mount Infinity and defeat Devimon, then return to the city, and then digivolve to Megadramon, I would then have to go back through Mount Infinity again, all the way to Megadramon. But if I can be in a position where I've had Devimon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve, and I have 2 of the requirements being met, and can easily make it 3 requirements, then I can go to Mount Infinity, defeat Devimon, then digivolve to Megadramon pretty much straight afterwards, and then see to Megadramon as well, and in which case I can defeat Devimon and Megadramon while only making 1 visit to Mount Infinity, and so I would basically be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And I think the easiest way to go about that is to have the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement, not the weight requirement, but then change it after defeating Devimon, so that I do then have the weight requirement, which means having 3 of the requirements, and then I will digivolve to Megadramon. My speed is now almost at 400, and I'm hoping that by training the remainder of my attack in order to get my attack up to 500, I will also get my speed up to 400 at the same time. I've just got my defense up to 300, which is where it needs to be, but I do need to go a bit further with my brains, because the brain stats that I was getting from training defense, that hasn't put my brains up to 400, so I'll need to train my brains more. Getting my brains up to 400 won't put my MP up to 5,000, so I'll have to train my MP a bit more as well, and I'm hoping that training my attack and getting my attack up to 500 will put my speed up to 400 at the same time. Failing that, I'll just have to train my speed a bit, and I don't need to worry about HP because that's already there. So it looks like I'm close to having the stat requirement. The problem is the fact that you need to have a champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days before it can digivolve to an ultimate, and with that in mind, it does look like I may have a bit of time on my hands before it will be possible for Devimon to digivolve to Megadramon, due to the lack of time in which I've had Devimon as my Digimon. When it comes to special digivolutions, I'm not entirely sure how the evolution counter works. Like, for example, you know, the first champion Digimon that I had in this lifespan was Angemon, and I digivolved from Angemon to Devimon, and then the 6-day evolution counter, which needs to pass by in order for you to be able to digivolve from a champion to an ultimate. I'm not sure if that started when I had Angemon as my Digimon, or when I had Devimon as my Digimon. So I'm not sure if it's going to be 6 days from when I digivolved to Devimon, or 6 days from when I digivolved to Angemon. I think there are some special digivolutions where the evolution counter does get passed on, and in which case, if you've had a champion Digimon for 6 days or more, and then you... Okay, I think I've now got the stats. and then you do a special digivolution to a different champion Digimon, then I think that the evolution counter will still be at will be the same as what it was, 6 days, and then that means that with your new Digimon, if you were to get 3 of the requirements to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, then you would be able to Digivolve as soon as you get those 3 requirements. I think there are even cases where it's possible to do a special Digivolution from one champion Digimon to a different champion Digimon, and then for the champion Digimon that you Digivolve to then immediately Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. So you do a special Digivolution from one champion to another champion, and then that champion then immediately Digivolves to an ultimate. So I think in some cases the evolution counter gets passed on, but I'm not sure that the evolution counter gets passed on in every case when it comes to special Digivolutions. I think care mistakes always get wiped clean when you Digivolve, and I think that's regardless of whether it's a natural Digivolution or a special Digivolution. And when you Digivolve to a Digimon, I think there is a fixed weight that the Digimon will be when you Digivolve to it, regardless of what your previous Digimon's weight was before Digivolving to the Digimon. When it comes to battles which are linked to the bonus condition, I think that gets wiped clean as well. And when it comes to natural Digivolutions, the evolution counter gets wiped clean. It's just special Digivolutions where I'm not sure. But regardless of when the evolution counter started in this case, it hasn't been long enough in order for Devimon to Digivolve to Megadramon. So for the time being, I'm just going to be training until it has been long enough. By then, I'll have even better stats, which will help with the battles that I'm going to be getting into. And yeah, once I know that I will be able to Digivolve to Megadramon as a result of me having Devimon for long enough, and me knowing that I will be able to have 3 of the requirements met, that's when I will then go to Mount Infinity, defeat Devimon, Digivolve to Megadramon, defeat Megadramon. I will go to Mount Infinity with Devimon when I have had Devimon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. I will have the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement. It's just my weight which will intentionally be a bit adrift, but I will then see to that after defeating Devimon. Yeah, there are quite a lot of special digivolutions in this game. If I just look at the digivolution guide, Digivolving to SkullGreymon is a special digivolution and one of the most straightforward ones. You just have to fill up the virus gorge, which, you know, fills up by a little bit every time you mess on the floor. Messing on the floor 16 times is what fills up the virus gorge. Kunamon is a special digivolution and one of the more straightforward ones. Just take an in-training Digimon to Kunamon's bed, sleep there, and there's a 50% chance that you will digivolve to Kunamon. Numamon is another one of the straightforward special digivolutions. Just have a rookie Digimon and don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order to be able to digivolve naturally. You know, don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for the rookie Digimon to be able to digivolve to any of its natural champions, and then you will digivolve to Numamon once 4 days have gone by. Nanimon, another one of the more straightforward special digivolutions. Have a rookie Digimon and scold your rookie Digimon when your Digimon's happiness and discipline are both at the absolute minimum, and that will result in your rookie Digimon digivolving to Nanimon. And before I comment more on that, I am now heading to Mount Infinity, because after playing on a tiny bit, I realised that I have now had Devimon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. My weight is a bit under 50, but if I was to get it up to 50, or between the range of 50 to 60, then he will digivolve to Megadramon. I got into that optional battle just so that I could get to the computer that a Rockmon was previously blocking and help myself to the item that's inside of the computer. It's not a particularly useful item. You know, I can't say that it's an item that I care about much, but I do have OCD when it comes to looting all of the computers and collecting all of the items that are inside of them. Regarding the special digivolution from a rookie Digimon to Nanimon, I don't think it's possible to get both your happiness and your discipline down to the bare minimum just by praising and scolding. I think that you can get happiness and discipline down to down to being virtually at the minimum by praising and scolding, but I don't think it will get them down to the absolute minimum. I think that in order to get happiness and discipline down to the very minimum, you would need to do something else to make your happiness and discipline go down. Maybe have your Digimon mess on the floor, maybe run away from the battle, maybe have the clock strike a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, maybe have a sweat bubble, something like that. And when your happiness and discipline is at the minimum, just scold your rookie Digimon and it will digivolve to Nanimon. There's a special digivolution to Barkamon, and that is if you have any rookie Digimon other than Penguinmon and you lose a life, then there's a 10% chance of you digivolve into Barkamon. There's the special digivolution where you can digivolve from Angemon to Devimon, which you witnessed in this very challenge, and we are about to now witness two Devimons have it out with one another. So Devimon is defeated, and there is a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. There it is. I edited the video and speeded it up, like I did when I had the same problem when speaking to Meteormon at the Dino region, and when speaking to Devimon at the Grey Lord's mansion, as well as here at Mount Infinity with the same Digimon, and that just leaves Leomon in Gear Savannah, where I have the same problem. And Megadramon is now my Digimon, because after defeating Devimon, I put my weight up to being within the necessary range, and now I have Megadramon as my Digimon. When I entered Mount Infinity, initially I thought that using Ice Statue as Devimon would be the best choice of attack, but then it occurred to me that considering the sort of Digimon that you go up against in Mount Infinity, I thought that Megalospark would be a better choice of attack. I think that it would be much better off when it comes to typing advantages. But now that Megadramon is our Digimon, we can't use Megalospark, but we can still use Ice Statue. I was going over the special Digivolutions. Devimon, it just says have Angemon as your Digimon and lose a life, and it also mentions about discipline, and if I've understood it correctly, I think your discipline either has to be at 50% or it has to be below 50%. I put mine under 50% and was successful with the Digivolution, and apparently there's a 50% chance of the special Digivolution happening. As for the special Digivolution where you Digivolve to Airdramon, which you also witnessed in this challenge, apparently if you have Seedramon or Birdramon as your Digimon, and you sleep with maximum discipline, maximum happiness, and 0 tiredness, then apparently there's a 1 in 3 chance of you Digivolving to Airdramon. And when you do the special Digivolution from Seedramon or Birdramon to Airdramon, apparently if the evolution counter is already at 6 days or more when you Digivolve to Airdramon, apparently Airdramon will then immediately Digivolve to Phoenixmon straight afterwards. There is a special Digivolution where if you have Waymon or Xiaomon as your Digimon, you can Digivolve to Colamon. Apparently you have to scold or praise your Digimon when the evolution counter is exactly at 200 hours. I'm not sure if that means 200 hours from the very beginning of your lifespan, so in other words 200 hours starting from when your baby Digimon hatches from the egg, or if it's 200 hours starting from when you Digivolve to Waymon or Xiaomon. Well, 240 hours would be 10 days. So I think 240 hours would be 10 days. 216 hours would be 9 days. 200 hours I think would be 8 days and 8 hours. So my guess would be that when it says about the evolution counter of 200 hours, I'm guessing that the evolution counter starts when you digivolve to Waymon or Xiaomon. And yeah, you have to praise or scold when the evolution counter is at exactly 200 hours. Apparently there's a 30% chance of the digivolution being successful, and apparently when you do digivolve to Colamon, you will then always immediately digivolve to Megadramon straight afterwards. And that was a special digivolution that I was aware of. He says we have 61 prosperity points, but really it's 65 when you account for Airdramon and Devimon. Yeah, in this challenge I did consider using the special digivolution that enables you to digivolve to Colamon from either Waymon or Xiaomon, so that I could either have Waymon as my Digimon and recruit Waymon, or have Xiaomon as my Digimon and recruit Xiaomon, and then digivolve to Colamon and recruit Colamon. But then when I realised, when I read that the special digivolution always results in Colamon immediately digivolving to Megadramon, it then occurred to me that I wouldn't be able to recruit Colamon with Colamon, because Colamon would digivolve to Megadramon, and I wouldn't be allowed to recruit Colamon with Megadramon as my Digimon. Despite making it past Devimon and Megadramon, I can't go any further with Mount Infinity because the next main Digimon is MetalGreymon, which means that I won't be able to go any further with Mount Infinity until I have MetalGreymon as my Digimon. I did get the 3 prosperity points for Megadramon after defeating him, despite the fact that I haven't defeated Machinedramon yet, and there was no pop-up saying that Megadramon joins the city, nor did Digimon mention anything about Megadramon. But nonetheless, when you defeat Megadramon, you instantly get the 3 prosperity points for him, regardless of whether or not you've defeated Machinedramon, and that's why Digimon previously said that I had 58 prosperity points, and then he said I have 61 prosperity points, but really it's 65 because of Airdramon and Devimon, who have been defeated and will join the city once Machinedramon gets defeated, who can't be defeated until MetalGreymon gets defeated. Other special digivolutions, there's the one where you can digivolve from Vegemon to Ninjamon, which you've already seen in this challenge. Have Vegemon as your Digimon and sleep with maximum discipline, and have Vegemon as your Digimon, win a minimum of 50 battles, have your discipline at the maximum, sleep, and there's a 30% chance of you digivolve into Ninjamon. You can also digivolve from Dramolgemon to Monochromon. This is another special digivolution. When you have Dramolgemon as your Digimon, you need to have a minimum of 500 defense. You need your discipline to be at the maximum, and if you sleep with that criteria being fulfilled, then there's a 30% chance of Dramolgemon digivolving to Monochromon. It's possible for any champion Digimon to digivolve to Vedamon as a result of a special digivolution. If you've had a champion Digimon for a minimum of 10 days, and you praise or scold your Digimon, then that can result in the Digimon digivolving to Vedamon. It's also possible for Kokatorimon to special digivolve to Phoenixmon by losing a life. If Kokatorimon loses a life, then there's a 10% chance of Kokatorimon digivolving to Phoenixmon. Oh, it looks like we're fading away now. And also, if you take Numamon to Toy Town and go to the Munceymon costume and digivolve to Munceymon, that's classed as a special digivolution. A special digivolution where obviously you go from Numamon to Munceymon. There's a special digivolution where if you have MetalGreymon as your Digimon or Megadramon as your Digimon and you lose a life, then there's a 10% chance of you digivolving to SkullGreymon. And the last special digivolution that is on this guide is a special digivolution where it's possible to digivolve from Mummemon to either Metal Mummemon or Guromon. In Factorial Town there is a Guardromon who you can approach and speak to, and he won't battle you if you simply speak to him, and he will say about the possibility of remodeling, and if you have Mummemon as your Digimon, then it will be possible to remodel, which will result in Mummemon either digivolving to Metal Mummemon or Guromon. That is all according to the Digivolution guide that I have got in front of me. Apparently Mummemon is more likely to digivolve to Metal Mummemon than Guromon, and although the Guardromon that I mentioned, although he won't battle you if you simply go up to him and speak to him, what's interesting is that there are two other Guardromons in that area who will battle you if you approach them, and if you get challenged by one of those Guardromons, while the non-confrontational Birdramon is on screen, then he will, well, then there is the possibility that he will join the battle and fight you as well. Because when you get into a battle with a Digimon, well, when you get, like, when a Digimon approaches you and challenges you to a battle and there's other Digimon on screen, then there's the possibility that the other Digimon on screen might choose to participate in the battle, or they might choose to not participate in the battle. And the case is true with the Ogremon that I was telling you about. Even though MetalGreymon is the Digimon who is needed in order for me to be able to defeat the MetalGreymon and then have access to Machinedramon, where defeating the Machinedramon would result in the official recruitments of Devimon, Airdramon and MetalGreymon. The MetalGreymon is not actually top of my priority list, nor is Mount Infinity in general. I'm not aiming to digivolve to MetalGreymon in this lifespan. I have other intentions instead, and the fact that I picked the yellow egg means that my rookie Digimon is either going to be Biomon or Patamon, because I can assure you I'm not aiming for Kunamon in this lifespan. And so far I have been training nothing but brains, which is one of the stats for Patamon, which is an indication that Patamon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. Oh yeah, and once again, I am aiming to digivolve all the way through to an ultimate Digimon. You know, in this lifespan, I am aiming to digivolve all the way through to an ultimate Digimon, and the intention is for it to be natural digivolutions all the way through, so no special digivolutions, no digivolution items, just natural digivolutions from baby Digimon to entraining Digimon to rookie Digimon to champion Digimon to ultimate Digimon. Okay, so Tokumon is sleeping for the second time. which means that his digivolution can't be far away. I'd imagine that it's only the matter of a few hours away, and I have continued to train nothing but brains. And to repeat myself, that is a stat for Patamon, but remember, I'm not just thinking about the rookie Digimon that I'm aiming for, I'm also thinking about the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, and the ultimate Digimon that I'm aiming for, and the stats that would be needed in order for me to fulfill the stat requirements for those digivolutions. Okay, this is where Tokamon digivolves. And Patamon obviously is the rookie Digimon that we have digivolved to, and obviously I am aiming to digivolve to a champion Digimon who I haven't yet had in this challenge, so that I can recruit a new champion Digimon, and then I'm aiming to digivolve from that champion Digimon to an ultimate Digimon who I haven't yet had in this challenge, so that I can then recruit a new ultimate Digimon. The champion Digimon that Patamon can digivolve to are Dramoljamon, who I've not had before, Tyrannomon, who I have had before, Ogremon, who I've not had before, Leomon, who I've not had before, Angemon, who I have had before, and Unimon, who I've not had before. So we can rule out Unimon and... Sorry, we can rule out Angemon and Tyrannomon, but that leaves Dramoljamon, Ogremon, Leomon, and Unimon. And the Digivolution guide is being buggy again, which is annoying for me, because I'm trying to provide you with helpful information, and if I'm having technical difficulties, then that's really not going to be helpful. Okay, it looks like it might be working now. Dramoljamon can digivolve to MetalGreymon, who is an ultimate Digimon who I've not had before, but I've already said that I'm not aiming to digivolve to MetalGreymon in this lifespan, and presumably that means that Dramoljamon is not the Digimon that I am aiming for. Tyrannomon we've had before. Ogremon can digivolve to Andromon and Guromon, both of whom are ultimate Digimon who we've not had before. Well, by digivolving to Andromon, I would be able to... by digivolving to Ogremon and then digivolving to Andromon, going from Patamon to Ogremon to Andromon, that would be possible, and it would enable me to recruit Andromon, and then I would be able to recruit Guromon in a later lifespan. Leomon can digivolve to Andromon and Mumemon. Mumemon we've had before, but Andromon we haven't had before, and I've already explained that Andromon would be a useful Digimon in this lifespan. And then Unimon can digivolve to Guromon or Phoenixmon, and neither of those Digimon would be useful because you can't recruit Phoenixmon. Phoenixmon is not a recruitable Digimon, which makes digivolving to Phoenixmon pointless. And as for Guromon, I think you have to recruit Andromon first before you can recruit Guromon, and in which case I wouldn't have anything to gain from digivolving to Guromon, not yet, and so it would seem like it would probably be a good idea not to digivolve to Unimon yet either. Leomon, in order to be able to recruit him, I would need access to the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, which I currently don't, because Ogremon is blocking the way. In order to remove Ogremon, I would have to defeat Ogremon, which would mean recruiting Ogremon, and that is something that would have to be done while I have Ogremon as my Digimon. And well, that points to the idea that Ogremon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. The stat requirement for Ogremon is 1000 HP and 100 attack, which I am fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5, which I am fulfilling. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which I'm currently not fulfilling, and the bonus condition either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. I don't have 35 techniques, and I don't fancy the idea of winning 15 battles, which means that if I'm to get a third requirement for Ogremon, then it seems that the best way to go about that would be by getting my weight up to the range of 25 to 35. A few times I didn't feed Patamon, which had a negative impact on his weight, but I did that to get care mistakes, and now that I am feeding Patamon, I'm feeding him hawk radishes, which increase your weight by 3, and it seems that whenever Patamon wants to eat, it takes either 1 or 2 hawk radishes, which would mean putting his weight up by 3 or 6 each time he wants to eat. And then because of that, I might be able to get my weight up to the range of 25 to 35 without the need of any force feeding. Failing that, I could just force feed Patamon a bit in order to get the necessary weight. Digivolve, the stat requirement is 100 attack, which we are fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, which we are fulfilling. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, which we are not fulfilling. And the bonus condition either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%. It's a guarantee that we will fulfill the bonus condition because of the number of techniques that I've got. However, I'm choosing to keep my attack down because attack is the relevant stat for Digivolve, and I want Digivolve's relevant stat average to be lower than Ogremon's, so that the digivolution priority will go to Ogremon. Well, I needed to get my attack up to 100, as well as getting my HP up to 1000 in order to be able to fulfill the stat requirement for Ogremon, which also meant fulfilling the stat requirement for Digivolve, and fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Ogremon also meant fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Digivolve, and I've got the bonus condition for Digivolve as well, but I'm aiming to get the weight requirement for Ogremon so that I'll have 3 of the requirements for Ogremon, and that my HP is about twice as good as my attack, which means that the relevant stat average should go in Ogremon's favour, because the 2000 HP, divide that by 10 is 200, add 100 attack is 300, divide by 2, that leaves Ogremon with an average of 150, whereas Digivolve, he just has 100 attack, and that's his only relevant stat. 100 divided by 1 is just 100, so it's looking like I should digivolve to Ogremon instead of Digivolve if I keep my attack down and ensure that I do have the necessary weight for Ogremon, so that I do have 3 of the requirements, and I am force feeding Patamon here to help with getting the weight. Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I've got the HP, but I don't think I've got the defense, and in which case I don't have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. The care mistake requirement for Tyrannomon is a maximum of 5. We don't have that because we've gone over 5. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We will have that because it's what's needed for Ogremon. And then the bonus condition either have a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. Tyrannomon ticks both of those boxes, so we've got the bonus condition as well. So we've got the weight requirement and the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, but we definitely won't have the care mistake requirement, nor will we have the stat requirement if we keep defense under 100, so it's vital that we keep defense under 100. Leomon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, which we've got, as well as 100 speed and 100 brains, which we have also got. And our brains is very high, and our speed is high as well, which gives Leomon a very good relevant stat average. You know, we've got the stat requirement for Leomon, and if you were to add up his relevant stats and divide by 3, then 300 brains plus 200 speed plus 100 attack, divide by 3, that's an average of 200. I think that if we were to have 3 of the requirements for Leomon, then currently we would digivolve to Leomon, because the relevant stat average, I think, would go in Leomon's favour. However, the care mistake requirement for Leomon is a maximum of 1. We are not going to fulfill that. The weight requirement for Leomon is 15 to 25. We are not going to fulfill that. And the reason why I say that is because we need our weight to be between the range of 25 to 35, but I will ensure that it's between the range of 26 and 35, so that we don't have the weight requirement for Leomon. And to be honest, it might make sense to have the weight required, to have our weight between 26 to 34,
so that we also don't have the weight requirement for Dremolgemon. But I don't think we need to worry about Dremolgemon, but nonetheless, if I want to, I could aim to have weight between 26 to 34. And then the bonus condition for Leomon, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We don't have the bonus condition for Leomon, along with not having the weight requirement or the care mistake requirement. So after getting a bit worried after looking at the stats, it turns out that we had nothing to worry about, because the stat requirement for Leomon is the only requirement that we have got. We don't have any of the others. Angemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. We are fulfilling that, and those stats are pretty high as well, certainly in comparison to some of the other stats, which would give Angemon a good relevant stat average. But the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 0, which we are definitely not going to fulfill. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. We are going to avoid that as well. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum, okay, we're digivolving, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or Patamon as your Digimon. We do have the bonus condition because of Patamon, but that's only 2 of the requirements. Okay, Ogremon is the Digimon that we have digivolved to. And I didn't get a chance to go over Unimon's stat requirements. I mean, the Unimon's requirements. But the stat requirement was 1000 HP and 100 speed, which we were fulfilling. And the stat average, the relevant stat average for Unimon would have been good, but the care mistake requirement was a maximum of 3. We didn't have that because our care mistakes was too high. The weight requirement 25 to 35, we did have that. Because we needed it for, we needed that weight range in order to be able to digivolve to Ogremon. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We didn't have the bonus condition for Unimon, meaning we had just the stat requirement and the weight requirement. Which is only 2 of the requirements. We had, out of all of the Digimon that Patamon could have digivolved to, we had 3 of the requirements for Ogremon and Dremolgemon, for both Digimon, attack was a relevant stat, but for Dremolgemon it was his only relevant stat, whereas Ogremon also had HP as a relevant stat, and by having HP quite a bit superior to attack, the relevant stat average went in Ogremon's favour. So we digivolved to Ogremon, who was the Digimon that I was aiming for. And after digivolving to Ogremon, I am now aiming to digivolve to Andromon. Currently I've got Ogremon as my Digimon, and I have to go to the drill tunnel and defeat Ogremon and recruit Ogremon, because Ogremon is the Digimon that I have got, so Ogremon's recruitment has to be done while I've got Ogremon as my own Digimon. And by defeating Ogremon and removing him from the drill tunnel, I will then have access to the Dramolgemon in the lava cave, as well as having access to Leomon's ancestor's cave, which will make Dramolgemon and Leomon recruitable. Currently they are not recruitable because of Ogremon being in the way, but now that I've digivolved to Ogremon, I can recruit Ogremon and get him out of the way. And recruiting Ogremon does have to be my biggest priority. But when that's done, I will then be focused on digivolving to Andromon, and I would like to specify digivolve to Andromon, not Greymon. Digivolve to Andromon, and then that will enable me to recruit the Andromon at the Factorial Town, which will then mean that Greymon will be recruitable if he wasn't already recruitable, and then we will also encounter Nanimon at the sewer. But the gist of what I'm doing at the moment is I'm training to help with fulfilling the digivolution requirements for Andromon, the Digimon that I'm aiming to digivolve to, and I'm also training to help with the Ogremon battle that I have ahead of me, that I have to win while I've got Ogremon as my Digimon. I have to, win the battle against Ogremon before my Ogremon digivolves to Andromon. And seeing as we have Poison Claw as a technique, we won't need to have Fantastic Attack in order to be able to damage the Ogremon at the drill tunnel, because the poison that will come from the Poison Claw will do quite a bit of damage. but nonetheless, you know, when it comes to battling, you know, higher stats can only be a good thing. So, you know, even if I am going to rely on Poison Claw, you know, it's still helpful to have better stats rather than not so good stats. And I am also aiming to get the necessary stats in order to fulfill the stat requirement for Andromon, and hopefully get 2 of the other requirements for Andromon, so that I'll end up with 3 of the requirements for Andromon. Well, I mean, even putting stats aside, as long as I get 3 of the requirements for Andromon, then there will be the possibility, well, then, you know, I will be able to digivolve to Andromon. I just need to make sure that I'm also not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Greymon, because him I want to avoid. And I think there are big differences between the care mistake requirement for Andromon and Greymon, as well as a big difference between the weight requirement for Andromon and Greymon. So if I'm remembering that correctly, then it shouldn't be too difficult to fulfill enough of the requirements for Andromon while not fulfilling enough of the requirements for Greymon. They are also going to have differences when it comes to their stat requirements as well. But this is where Ogremon gets his much needed beauty sleep.
Andromon is generally one of the easier ultimate Digimon to Digivolve to if I get his requirements up. The stat requirement is 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 200 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 400 brains. So I'm there with the HP and MP already. I was there with the attack as well. I'll have to check the others in a moment, but for an ultimate Digimon, I think that those stats are pretty lenient. I understand that there are, you know, some ultimates who have more lenient stats, but on the whole, I would consider, you know, those stats to be pretty lenient for an ultimate. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I really don't think it's hard to avoid care mistakes. At the very least, I don't think it's hard to limit your number of care mistakes to a maximum of 5. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, depending on the Digimon that you've got. You might be able to naturally reach that weight just by feeding your Digimon when it wants to eat, or if you've got a Digimon who has a smaller appetite, then you might have to force feed your Digimon in order to get your weight up to the necessary range. Yeah, I'm there with defense as well. Also speed, so brains is the only stat that's lacking, and I'm very almost there with that as well. Okay, I do now have the stat requirement for Andromon. And my weight is 40, which is within the range. Although it's now about to go up to 46. Ogremon seems to have Ogremon seems to have a fair appetite. He seems to often want 2 sirloins when he wants to eat, and each sirloin puts your weight up by 3. So every time he wants to eat, his weight is either going up by 3 or going up by 6. The use of the toilets put his weight back down to the range of 35 to 45, but I think that my weight is going to end up being north of 45. And seeing as I need to have Ogremon for a minimum of 6 days before he can digivolve to Andromon, I need to pass the time somehow, so I might as well just continue training, and HP is the stats that I'm working on at the moment. When I was going through the requirements for Andromon, I said about the weight requirement, and that depending on your Digimon, you might have to force feed your Digimon in order to get your weight up to the necessary range. Or if you have a Digimon with a big appetite, then you might need to feed your Digimon food items that cause your Digimon's weight to go down. You know, if your weight gets too high and you end up needing to decrease it. If you've got Vegemon recruited, then Super Carrots is a good way to go about it. If you don't have Vegemon recruited, but you do have a fishing rod, preferably the Amazing Rod, then you can catch black trouts and use them as food items. I believe that Super Carrots and black trouts both decrease your Digimon's weight by 2. If neither of that is an option to you, then you might end up needing to grind at the Great Canyon for prickly pears. I think that they decrease your Digimon's weight by 5. I know that you could just not feed your Digimon, and that would have an impact on weight, but then that would also count as a care mistake. And if you want to digivolve to Andromon and you want to fulfill the care mistake requirement, then you are restricted to a maximum of just 5 care mistakes. The bonus condition, there's 3 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 30 techniques or a minimum of 30 battles, or have your discipline at a minimum of 95%. The techniques and the battles could be a problem for some people, but the discipline should be easy enough. I mean, being a good tamer should be enough in order to get your happiness and discipline up to the maximum or thereabouts. Failing that, if your discipline needs a bit of a boost, then you could just scold your Digimon until the discipline gets to 95% or more. In my case, as you know, I already have the stat requirements for Airdramon. I currently have the care mistake requirement as well, and I also have the bonus condition because of my discipline. I haven't had 30 battles, obviously, and I don't think I've got 30 techniques mastered. I think I am 1 short. I think I have 29 techniques, because I think I did have 28 techniques. Then I digivolved to Megadramon, which resulted in me naturally learning Metal Splinter. So I think that I am up to... I think I have 29 techniques, which is 1 shy of the needed number of techniques in order to have the bonus condition, but that doesn't matter because I've got the I do have the bonus condition, and it's because of my discipline why I've got the bonus condition, and that plus the care mistakes plus the stats is 3 of the requirements, which actually makes my weight irrelevant. I could just continue to feed sirloins to Ogremon and have his weight go up. I'm not going to need the weight requirement, but if I really want to, then I could give him super carrots in the interest of getting his weight within range, so that I do have the weight requirement as well, but at the moment it's not necessary, and I don't think it's going to become necessary either. After doing some training and getting myself into a position where I've got 3 of the requirements for Airdramon, I have come to the drill tunnel because I have decided that I would now like to recruit Ogremon. So that was my 4th time of defeating Ogremon. And for the very first time, I had to defeat Ogremon while having Ogremon as my own Digimon, because it was only the 4th Ogremon, it's only the 4th Ogremon battle where Ogremon joins the city, which means that in this challenge it was only the 4th Ogremon battle where I had to defeat Ogremon with Ogremon. As for the 3rd Ogremon battle, that had to be done with Waymon, and then the first 2 Ogremon battles were irrelevant. They could have been done with any Digimon, and I chose to do them with Piximon. With Ogremon defeated, we now have access to all areas of the drill tunnel, which means that it's possible to go to the lava cave and go to the Digivolve, speak to him and recruit him. But obviously you would need to have Digivolve as your own Digimon. And I also had access to the Leomon's Ancestors Cave, where I helped myself to Leomon's stone, and by going to Gear Savannah and giving Leomon his stone, that will result in Leomon joining the city, but it will have to be done when your own Digimon is Leomon, so that you will be recruiting Leomon with Leomon. I really don't think it would be fitting to go to Leomon and give him his stone while I've got Ogremon as my Digimon. Firstly, because it's against the rules of the challenge, and secondly, because of the fierce rivalry that there was between Leomon and Ogremon, particularly in the first season of Digimon. Those two Digimon hated each other, they were a nemesis to each other. So I really don't think it would be fitting for Ogremon to assist Leomon in this game by giving him his ancestor's stone. So we have done, when it comes to recruitment, we've done what we needed to do with Ogremon, but we still need to digivolve from Ogremon to Airdramon, and that is going to take time. We won't be able to digivolve from... We won't be able to digivolve to Airdramon until the evolution counter reaches 6 days, and that's starting from when we digivolved to Ogremon. So it's likely going to be a number of days before Ogremon is going to be ready to digivolve. Well, in the meantime, I suppose I will just continue to pass the time by continuing to train and rest and sleep. I should also go over the digivolution requirements for Greymon, who is the other ultimate Digimon that Andromon can digivolve to, who we need to be avoiding. Greymon has even more lenient stat requirements. HP, MP, and defense are all completely irrelevant. All that's needed is 400 attack, 300 speed, and 400 brains. Now, considering when it comes to the stat requirement for Andromon, considering the requirement for attack and speed is just 200, whereas for Greymon, the attack requirement is 400 and the speed requirement is 300. It is possible to fulfill the stat requirements for Andromon without fulfilling the stat requirements for Greymon. If you get Andromon's needed stats, 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 200 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 400 brains, and if you either keep attack under 400 or keep speed under 300 or both, then you'll have the stat requirement for Andromon and not Greymon. In order to it is also possible to fulfill the stat requirement for Greymon and not Andromon, and that's because Greymon only has 3 relevant stats, whereas Andromon has 6 relevant stats. So if you were to get your attack up to 400, your speed up to 300, and your brains up to 400, then you would have the stat requirement for Greymon. And when it comes to attack, speed, and brains, you would also have the requirements for Andromon for those particular stats, but you would also need 2000 HP, 4000 MP, and 400 defense. If you're able to keep just one of those stats under those amounts, then you would have the stat requirement for Greymon and not Andromon. Interestingly, it is possible to fulfill the stat requirement for both of the Digimon if you were to get your HP up to 2000, which is what's needed for Andromon, get MP up to 4000, which is what's needed for Andromon, and then instead of getting your attack up to 200, which is what's needed for Andromon, get your attack up to 400, which is what's needed for Greymon. And by having 400 attack and fulfilling the attack requirement for Greymon, you would also be fulfilling the attack requirement for Andromon. Get defense up to 400, which is the stat requirement, which is what would be needed for Andromon. And then when it comes to speed, get speed up to 300, because 300 is the required amount for Greymon, and 200 is the required amount for Andromon. So by having 300 speed, you would be fulfilling the speed requirement for both Digimon. And then Greymon and Andromon both have the same requirement when it comes to brains, 400. So if you were to get a minimum of 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains, then you would be fulfilling the stat requirement for both Andromon and Greymon. So there is compatibility when it comes to the stat requirements, although there isn't compatibility when it comes to the care mistake requirement, because the care mistake requirement for Greymon is a minimum of 15, whereas the care mistake requirement for Andromon is a maximum of 5. So obviously you can't have 5 or less care. Your care mistakes can't be 5 or less and also be 15 or more. So you wouldn't be able to have the care mistake requirement for both Digimon. You also wouldn't be able to have the weight requirement for both Digimon, because the weight requirement for Greymon is just 0 to 10, whereas the weight requirement for Andromon is 35 to 45. As for the bonus condition for Greymon, there's 3 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques, one of them is to have a minimum of 100 battles, one of them is to have your happiness at a minimum of 95%. It would be possible to fulfill the bonus condition for both Andromon and Greymon. The easiest way to go about it would be by having your happiness and discipline both at a minimum of 95%, because having your happiness at a minimum of 95% is what's needed for Greymon, whereas having your discipline at a minimum of 95% is what's needed for Andromon. So you can get both the stats and the bonus condition for both Andromon and Greymon, but their care mistakes and weight are incompatible with one another. And seeing as I'm aiming for Andromon, I do currently have 3 of the requirements for him, stats and care mistakes and bonus condition, which means that I don't have the care mistakes for Greymon, and even though I don't have the weight requirement for Andromon, I also don't have the weight requirement for Greymon. So that is enough in order to rule out any risk of us digivolving to Greymon, because there's 4 conditions in total. You have to fulfill 3 of the conditions in order for a digivolution to be possible, meaning that you can only afford to fail to fulfill 1 of the conditions, and therefore failing to fulfill 2 of the conditions will rule out any chance of the digivolution happening. And we are, when it comes to Greymon, we are failing to fulfill both the care mistakes and the weight. Okay, we're digivolving, and I think we're also failing to fulfill the stats for Greymon. We do have the bonus condition for Guromon because of the happiness, but that's just one requirement. Whereas with Andromon, we have 3 of the requirements. And that's why Andromon is the Digimon that we have Digivolved to. Our weight wasn't necessary. Our stats and care mistakes and bonus condition was enough in order for us to digivolve to Andromon. And with Andromon as our Digimon, we can now go to Factorial Town and speak to the Andromon there. He's had more than enough time to recover the data. So by speaking to him, we can recruit him, and then we can go to the sewer and speak to Nanimon, which will be our 4th time of encountering Nanimon, meaning that the only other location where we haven't encountered Nanimon is the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. In order for Nanimon to spawn there, you have to recruit Leomon. And when Nanimon does spawn at the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, seeing as it will be our final time of speaking to him, it will result in him joining the city when we speak to him, and because of that we will need to have Nanimon as our Digimon when we speak to Nanimon at Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. When it comes to recruiting Andromon and recruiting Guromon, I know that when you speak to Andromon and recruit him, if you then go to where Guromon was, go to where you battled Guromon, Guromon would have recovered, and you can speak to him, and he will join the city afterwards. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure what exactly the requirement is in order for Guromon to recover, and then for you to be able to recruit him as a result of this. I don't know if you have to go to Andromon once Andromon has recovered the data, speak to Andromon, who presents you with the data, and then speak to Andromon again, which results in Andromon joining the city. I don't know if you have to do all of that in order for Guromon to recover and then be recruitable, or if you simply have to go to Andromon once he's recovered the data, speak to him so that he provides you with the data, but don't speak to him again, so that you, like, when he, like, provides you with the, when you speak to him after he's recovered the data and he provides you with the data, if you then choose not to speak to him again, in other words, if you choose not to recruit him and you then go to Greymon, I don't know if Greymon would have recovered and would be recruitable, or if you have to speak to Endgame again after he tells you about the data. Because you go to Endgame, well, I mean, once Endgame has recovered the data, you go to him, you speak to him, he gives you the data, and then that's the end of the dialogue. And then if you speak to him again, he then joins the city. And I don't know if you need to speak to Endgame so that he presents you with the data, and then speak to Endgame again and recruit Endgame in order for Greymon to recover, and for you to then be able to recruit Greymon by going to him and speaking to him, or if you simply have to speak to Endgame so that he presents you with the data and then go straight to Greymon. I don't know if that alone would result in Greymon recovering and being recruitable, or if you simply need to give Endgame long enough in order to recover the data, but you don't actually even need to speak to him in order for him to provide you with the data. I don't know if you simply need for him to have had long enough to have recovered the data, and for Greymon to be recruitable if you were to return to Greymon without speaking to Endgame in the first place. I'm really not sure. Like, when playing the game, I've always recruited Endgame before returning to Greymon. So for me, you know, I've always recruited Endgame before going back to Greymon after he had recovered, and then speak to him, and then he joins the city. And I was just trying to advise that I don't know if you actually have to recruit Endgame in order to be able to recruit Greymon. I wouldn't like to say, because I'm honestly not sure. I don't know if it was essential to recruit Endgame before Greymon. But we did recruit Endgame, and that means that Greymon is now definitely recruitable. All we have to do is go to the room that he was in when we battled him. He will still be there, and okay, we're fading away, and he would have recovered. And if you just speak to him, he will join the city afterwards. But in this challenge,
challenge, we obviously are going to need to have Greymon as our own Digimon in order to be allowed to recruit Greymon. I suppose we are now up to 70 prosperity points. Digimon said 66, but that's not including Airdramon or Devimon. If we include Airdramon and Devimon, then we are at 70 prosperity points. The blue egg was my choice of egg, and there are going to be no special digivolutions in this lifespan, nor is there going to be the use of any digivolution items. It's just going to be natural digivolutions, which means that you are going to be seeing a... Well, it means that currently you are seeing a baby Digimon that you've already seen before, and this baby Digimon is going to digivolve to an in-training Digimon who you've seen before, and then the in-training Digimon is going to digivolve to a rookie Digimon who, once again, you have already seen in this challenge. But the plan after that is to digivolve to a champion Digimon who I haven't yet had in this challenge, and therefore haven't yet recruited in this challenge. And I also plan for that champion Digimon to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon who I haven't yet had in this challenge, and therefore haven't yet recruited in this challenge. But the point I was trying to make is that this is yet another lifespan where I plan to digivolve from a baby Digimon all the way through to an ultimate Digimon, and increase our number of prosperity points by 5 as a result of recruiting a new champion Digimon, as well as recruiting a new ultimate Digimon, which will require digivolving to those selected Digimon beforehand. The 2 rookie Digimon that I can digivolve to are Aletmon, who can digivolve to Leomon, who I've already had. Sorry. Aletmon can digivolve to Leomon, who I haven't yet had. He can digivolve to Angemon, who I have had in this challenge. He can digivolve to Barkamon, who I have had in this challenge. And he can digivolve to Kokatorimon, who I haven't yet had in this challenge. So that's 2 new possible champion Digimon if I was to Digivolve to Electmon. Leomon can Digivolve to Andromon and Mumemon, both of whom are ultimate Digimon that I've already had. Kokatorimon can Digivolve to Phoenixmon and Pixiemon. Pixiemon I've already had, and Phoenixmon there would be no point in Digivolving to, because of the fact that Phoenixmon is not a recruitable Digimon. Already the signs are pointing to the idea that Penguinmon must be the Digimon that I'm aiming for, because I said that I plan to Digivolve to a champion Digimon who I've not yet had before, and then an ultimate Digimon who I've not yet had before. And I plan to recruit those Digimon, the champion Digimon that I Digivolve to and the ultimate Digimon that I Digivolve to. I plan to recruit those Digimon, and out of the 2 champion Digimon that Electmon can Digivolve to, who I haven't yet had, one of them can only Digivolve to ultimates that I've already had, and the other can only Digivolve to a ultimate that I've already had, and an ultimate who is useless in this challenge. And the fact that I am currently training nothing but brains, which is a relevant stat for Penguinmon, adds to the idea that Penguinmon is surely the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for. In order to Digivolve to Penguinmon, you need your superior stat to either be MP or Defense or Brains. In order to Digivolve to Electmon, it has to be, your superior stat has to be one of the 3 other stats, either HP or Attack or Speed. And, so far, Brains is by far my superior stat, which should result in me Digivolving to Penguinmon, unless I've made a mistake of some sort. Penguinmon can Digivolve to Waymon, who I've already had. He can Digivolve to Xiaomon, who I've already had. He can Digivolve to Garulamon, who I haven't yet had. He can Digivolve to Frigimon, who I haven't yet had. And he can Digivolve to Molgemon, who I have had. So that's just 2 champion Digimon that Penguinmon can Digivolve to, who I haven't yet Digivolved to. Garulamon can Digivolve to SkullGreymon and Megadramon. SkullGreymon I've already had and recruited in this challenge, whereas Megadramon, much like Phoenixmon, is a useless Digimon in this challenge, and for the same reason, that being that Megadramon is not a recruitable Digimon, the same way that Phoenixmon is not a recruitable Digimon, and we are now digivolving. And it is Penguinmon that we have digivolved to. And if I quickly comment on Frigimon, Frigimon can digivolve to MetalMummemon and Mummemon. Mummemon I've already had and recruited, but MetalMummemon I haven't yet had or recruited, which means that digivolving to MetalMummemon would mean being able to recruit a new Ultimate Digimon, MetalMummemon obviously, and digivolving to, well, and Frigimon is a Digimon who can digivolve to MetalMummemon, and with Frigimon we can recruit a champion Digimon who we haven't yet recruited, Frigimon obviously. Well, I don't really, I think I've pretty much spelt it out to you that Frigimon is the champion Digimon that I am aiming for Penguinmon to digivolve to, so that I can recruit Frigimon, and then I'm aiming for Frigimon to digivolve to MetalMummemon, so that I can then recruit MetalMummemon. That will be 2 new Digimon added to the city, totaling to 5 prosperity points. The stat requirement for Frigimon is 1000 MP and 100 brains, which we are currently fulfilling, and at the moment I am training defense, and the reason for that is because, as well as thinking about Frigimon and the stats that are needed for him, as well as other requirements that are needed for him, I'm also thinking about MetalMummemon and the stats that are needed for him, as well as the other requirements that are needed for him. And the stat requirements for MetalMummemon are 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. HP and MP are irrelevant for MetalMummemon, and HP is also irrelevant for Frigimon, but MP is not irrelevant for Frigimon, which is why I got my MP up to 1000. And I also trained my brains because, you know, brains is the other stat that's needed for Frigimon. And now I'm training defense, hoping to eventually get it up to 400. and at the same time my brains is going up as well, which is putting my brains closer to also being at 400. Well, at the moment, brains is by far my superior stat, and brains also happens to be a relevant, a necessary stat for Frigimon. So if I was to end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon, as well as fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Frigimon, which I need to do, if I was to end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for at least one other Digimon, then it's good that one of the stats that's necessary for Frigimon is particularly high at the moment, so that if I do end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon, then Frigimon should have a good relevant stat average, considering how good his brains is. I just have to hope that, ideally I will be able to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon, but if that can't be avoided, and if it does then come down to the relevant stat average, then hopefully there's not going to be any overlaps with the relevant stats. For example, with Frigimon, the relevant stats are MP and brains, and if it turned out that it was unavoidable that I would also fulfill 3 of the requirements for a Digimon who also has brains as a relevant stat, then that could prove to be a problem, and then I would end up, I would probably then need to get my MP higher to try and make Frigimon's relevant stat average superior. What I don't want is to end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for yet another Digimon where MP is a relevant stat, because then then things really start to become complicated. But the stat requirements for Frigimon, I have in the bag 1000 MP and 100 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I'm currently fulfilling that. I've had 2 care mistakes so far. The weight requirement, 25 to 35, I'm not fulfilling that. Not currently, and I'm not aiming to fulfill it either. I'm aiming to keep my weight down, hence the super carrots. I'm aiming to avoid the weight requirement for all of Penguinmon's champion Digimon, and I went about that by giving Penguinmon a load of super carrots early on, and since then I've been giving Penguinmon sirloins because of how low his weight has been. And if his weight was to start to creep up again, then I can just give him more super carrots in order to lower my weight more. The bonus condition has 2 elements, a minimum of 28 techniques, and for happiness to be at a minimum of 50%. I am successful with the bonus condition because I have 29 techniques, or at least I think I have 29 techniques, and from the looks of things I would say my happiness is about 50%, and when I've had Penguinmon for long enough in order for him to digivolve, my happiness will be even fuller. So that means that at the moment we are fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Frigimon. Stats, which we are definitely going to continue to fulfill, but the bonus condition, which we are definitely going to continue to fulfill, care mistakes, which we are currently fulfilling and will continue to fulfill as long as we keep our care mistakes down, and weight we are currently not fulfilling, and I don't think we are going to fulfill it either. Waymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. By keeping my HP down, I will avoid the stat requirement for Waymon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, which I am currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, which I am currently not fulfilling, and I am aiming to avoid. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. The bonus condition I think I will be successful with, because I think I'm already successful with the techniques, and by the time we digivolve I think I'll be successful with the discipline as well. But that's just the care mistakes and the bonus condition, which only accounts for 2 of the requirements. It's very important that I keep my HP under 1000, especially considering that brains is a relevant stat for Waymon, and my brains is really high at the moment. So if I was to have 3 of the requirements for Waymon, then his relevant stat average could prove to be a threat. Xiaomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I'm there with the defense, but I'm not there with the HP, meaning that I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement for Xiaomon, which is more of a reason to keep my HP under 1000. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5, which I'm not currently fulfilling, and I don't think I'm going to fulfill it either. The weight requirement, same as Waymon, 35 to 45. I'm not currently fulfilling it, and I don't think I'm going to either. And then the bonus condition, 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques, or have Betamon as your Digimon. I'm not going to be successful with the bonus condition, so that's none of the requirements for Xiaomon in the bag. Gerulamon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 speed. I definitely have the MP, but I don't have the speed, so I don't have the stat requirement for Gerulamon. Not at the moment anyway, not for as long as my speed stays under 100. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I'm not going to fulfill that because I've already had 2 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I'm not currently fulfilling that, and I'm aiming to avoid it as well. And then bonus condition, 2 elements to it, either a minimum of 28 techniques or have discipline at a minimum of 90%. I think I'm fulfilling the technique side of the bonus condition, which means that I am fulfilling the bonus condition. It's possible that we might also have the discipline by the time that we digivolve, but that won't make any difference. The bonus condition only counts as 1, and at the moment the bonus condition is the only thing that I've got for Garurumon. We definitely won't fulfill the care mistakes for Garurumon. So as long as we don't get our speed up to 100 and get our weight up to the range of 25 to 35, then we are not going to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Garurumon. But at the moment it looks like getting speed up to 100 would be okay, because that alone would only give us 2 of the requirements for Garurumon. I've already got the defense and the brains which is needed for MetalGreymon, as well as the MP and brains which is needed for Frigimon. Looking at the stat requirement for the digivolution requirements for Megadramon, the stat requirement is just 1000 HP, which I'm not currently fulfilling, and that leaves us with even more reason to keep our HP under 1000. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 5. We're not currently fulfilling that, and we're not going to fulfill it either, because I plan not to have any more care mistakes. I chose to have 2 care mistakes so that I could rule out the care mistake requirement for Garurumon while keeping the care mistake requirement for Frigimon, while also not having the care mistake requirement for Xiaomon or for Megadramon. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I'm not going to fulfill that because I'm deliberately keeping my weight under 15. I explained that I didn't want to have the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. And then the bonus condition for Megadramon is to either have a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. We are currently being successful with both of those. Okay, we're digivolving. So that's the bonus condition for Megadramon. But I believe that Frigimon is the only Digimon who we are fulfilling 3 of the requirements for. There you are, Frigimon is our Digimon. Okay, so recruiting Frigimon is simple enough because we've already seen to the first part of Frigimon's recruit, where we went to Friesland with a Digimon who is vulnerable to the cold. I think it might have been Ogremon, and we made him sick with a mouldy meat so that Frigimon rescued us. And all we have to do is take Frigimon to Friesland, speak to the Frigimon who rescued us, and Frigimon will then join the city. And then the next task will be digivolving to MetalGreymon, which would then mean being able to recruit MetalGreymon, which will require us to defeat MetalGreymon at Factorial Town. MetalGreymon shows up randomly, like Piximon does, and like Mummemon does. So we might have a bit of frustration getting him to show up, but we shouldn't have any trouble with defeating him, not when you consider the fact that we are going to need to have Frigimon for 6 days before we will be able to digivolve to MetalGreymon, and that gives us plenty of time to get stats that are going to be plenty good enough for us to win the battle. So Frigimon can digivolve to MetalGreymon, who we want, but he can also digivolve to Mummemon, who we don't want. If I was to just click onto MetalGreymon, the stat requirement I've already been through: 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. And we are going to the Birdra transport to have Birdramon take us to Friesland so that we can recruit Frigimon. The care mistake requirement for MetalGreymon... Okay, I didn't want to pick up a Digimushroom. The care mistake requirement for MetalGreymon is a maximum of 15, which is a very lenient requirement. The weight requirement is 5 to 15, which is very low, and you would have seen that so far I've fed quite a lot of super carrots to my Frigimon, because when Penguinmon first digivolved to Frigimon, our weight was quite a bit above the range of 5 to 15. I think our weight might have been 30, and instead of feeding Frigimon sirloins and making him even heavier, I've been feeding him super carrots, trying to get his weight down to the necessary range, which in the case of MetalGreymon is 5 to 15. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 30 techniques, which I don't think we are fulfilling, because I think we've only got 29 techniques. But the other element of the bonus condition is for happiness to be at a minimum of 95%, and I foresee no trouble with being successful with fulfilling that part of the bonus condition, and therefore being successful with fulfilling the bonus condition. As long as I continue to be a good tamer, I'm sure our happiness will be at the maximum or thereabouts when we've had Frigimon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. Currently, we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement, Currently we are not fulfilling the stat requirement, but we are working on it. The weight requirement, I'm not actually sure. Okay, the weight requirement we are currently fulfilling, so that's 2 of the requirements. And our happiness has possibly just reached 95%, granting us our 3rd requirement. The 3rd requirement being the bonus condition. Failing that, you know, it is very close. Our happiness is very close to the relevant amount. As for Mummemon, well, the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains. The same 4 stats that are relevant for Battle Mummemon. Difference being that with Metal Mummemon you need the stats to be higher than the stats that are needed for Mummemon, and that means that by default we are fulfilling the stat requirement for Mummemon by fulfilling the stat requirement for Metal Mummemon. Another thing which has jumped out at me and caused alarm is that there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 25 techniques, and that we are fulfilling. And even if we weren't fulfilling it, the other element of the bonus condition is to have a minimum is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 90%, which means that having the bonus condition for Metal Mummemon will also mean having the bonus condition for Mummemon, because Metal Mummemon needs his happiness to be at 95%, whereas Mummemon needs his happiness to be at just 90%. So there's an overlap. When it comes to Mummemon and Metal Mummemon, there's an overlap with the stats and the bonus condition, where I don't think it's possible to fulfill the stat requirement and the bonus condition for Metal Mummemon without fulfilling the stat condition and the bonus condition for Mummemon. Although if we were aiming to have Mummemon as our Digimon, then I think that would be less of a problem, because I think that we would be able to fulfill the stat requirement and the bonus condition for Mummemon without fulfilling either of those requirements for Metal Mummemon. Because for starters, for Metal Mummemon you need 500 attack, but for Mummemon you just need 400 attack. So by having the stat requirement for Mummemon and keeping attack under 500, you would have the stat requirement for Mummemon and not Metal Mummemon. And by getting your happiness up to a minimum of 90%, but not 95%, then you would have the bonus condition for Mummemon and not Metal Mummemon. But if we go back to when I was focusing on Metal Mummemon and I commented on the stats that were needed. If we go back to MetalGreymon and everything that's needed, the stats 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. The care mistake requirement, maximum of 15. The weight requirement 5 to 15. The bonus condition either have happiness at a maximum of 95, a minimum of 95%, or have a minimum of 30 techniques. And then if I again go back to Mummemon, the care mistake requirement for Mummemon is a minimum of 15 care mistakes, which means that keeping our number of care mistakes under 15 would mean having the care mistake requirement for Metal Mummemon and not Mummemon. And I think I paused here for a bit, something that I've done quite a few times throughout the challenge. Times when I've had to pause for something and I've speeded the video up. That's not the first time that it's happened throughout this challenge. And then regarding the weight requirement for Mummemon, the weight requirement is 0 to 10, whereas the weight requirement for Metal Mummemon was 5 to 15, which sort of overlaps in that if your weight was to be between 5 and 10, then you would fulfill the weight requirement for both Digimon. However, if we were to have our weight between 11 and 15, then we would have the weight requirement for Metal Mummemon and not Mummemon. So even though the stat requirement for Mummemon is going to be unavoidable due to the stats that we are going to need for Metal Mummemon, and even though the bonus condition for Mummemon is going to be unavoidable due to the bonus condition that we are going to need for Metal Mummemon, if we can keep our care mistakes under 15 and keep our weight above 10, then we will only have 2 of the requirements for Mummemon. And I'm thinking have under 15 care mistakes and have your weight between 11 to 15 so that you've got the care mistakes for Metal Mummemon as well as the weight requirement for Metal Mummemon, but neither of those requirements for Mummemon. I suppose if we were to get the stat requirement for Metal Mummemon and have the bonus condition, which we do currently have, happiness at a minimum of 95%, and if we also have the care mistake, which we do currently have, maximum of 15, then I suppose, then that would give us 3 of the requirements, and then I suppose that we wouldn't need to worry about the weight requirement, because we would already have 3 requirements, And if we were to neglect the weight requirement, then I think it would be crucial that we would have to keep our weight pretty high, keep it comfortably above 10, so that we don't end up with the weight requirement for Mummemon, and then end up with 3 of the requirements for Mummemon, the requirements being stats, weight, and bonus condition. Although, even if we were to fulfill 3 of the conditions for both Mummemon and Metal Mummemon, I'm thinking that we would digivolve to Metal Mummemon, because both Digimon have the same... actually, wait, hold on. No, scrap that. I was going to comment on the relevant stat average and claim that it would go in Metal Mummemon's favour, but both Digimon have the same relevant stats: attack, defense, speed, and brains. And so, if you were to have 3 of the requirements for both Digimon, then I imagine that the relevant stat average would be the same, because of the fact that they have the same relevant stats: attack, defense, speed, and brains. And if you were to, add those numbers up and divide by 4, then you would end up with the same number. So I'm really not sure what would happen if you were to end up with 3 of the requirements for both Mummemon and Metal Mummemon. If you were to have exactly 15 care mistakes, then you would have the care mistake requirement for both Digimon. If your weight was to be between 5 and 10, then you would have the weight requirement for both Digimon. If your happiness was to be at a minimum of 95%, then you would have the bonus condition for both Digimon. If you were to have 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains, then you would have the stat requirement for both Digimon. So yeah, that would be a really peculiar scenario. I've explained how to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Metal Mummemon while not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Mummemon, and that is to keep your care mistakes under 15 and have your weight between 11 and 15, so that you miss out on the care mistakes and the weight for Mummemon, but you have both the care mistakes and the weight for Metal Mummemon, and then you just need either the stats or the bonus condition in order to have 3 of the requirements. But if you were aiming to have Mummemon and not Metal Mummemon, then having over 15 care mistakes would mean having the care mistake requirement for Mummemon and not Metal Mummemon, having your weight between 0 and 4 would mean having the weight requirement for Mumemon and not Metal Mumemon. And then you would just need either the stat requirement for Mumemon or the bonus condition for Mumemon in order to have 3 of the requirements for Mumemon. As for Metal Mumemon, you wouldn't be able to get 3 of the requirements because you would be missing both the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement, leaving just the stat requirement and the bonus condition. And we unintentionally learned Ice Needle, which means that we now have 30 techniques. If I've been keeping up correctly, if I've been correctly keeping up with the number of techniques that we've got, I think we now have 30 techniques as a result of us unintentionally learning Ice Needle from Training Brains. I do already have the stat requirement for Metal Mumemon, as well as the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition. You can thank our happiness for us fulfilling the bonus condition, and our techniques as well, because the technique side of the bonus condition was 30 techniques, which I think we do now have. But whatever way you look at it, we do now have 3 of the requirements for Metal Mumemon: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. But we still haven't digivolved. Okay, we even have the weight requirement as well, which is 4 of the requirements, which I don't think is necessary. I don't think we have anything extra to gain from having 4 of the requirements instead of just 3 of the requirements. But the fact that we do have at least 3 of the requirements for Frigimon but still haven't digivolved means that we haven't had Frigimon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. But when we digivolved to Frigimon, the evolution counter started, and once it gets to 6 days, we will digivolve to Metal Mumemon. It's just a case of waiting, it's just a matter of time, and I think it makes sense to spend this time training. That way the battle against Metal Mumemon will be easier, because we would have spent our time doing stuff that would have resulted in us having better stats, instead of just doing nothing at all and maintaining the same stats. I think HP is an important stat to train. Our HP is very low. I need to be mindful of how much damage MetalGreymon might be able to do with his techniques, particularly Orange Beam, as well as his finish as well. I am keeping my weight between the range of 11 to 15, but I really don't think it's necessary. As long as my weight is above 10, I don't think anything else matters. MetalGreymon, he does have Machine as a nature, but it's his secondary nature. Or at least one of his secondary natures. I can't remember off the top of my head if he has 2 natures or 3 natures. I know that he has Machine as a nature, but not his primary nature. His primary nature is Battle, which means that when we have MetalGreymon as our Digimon, we will be able to use any of the battle techniques that are available to us. That includes Buster Dive, Megaton Punch, Muscle Charge and War Cry, which I think will be the most valuable battle techniques to us. Buster Dive I learned with Patamon against a Gotsumon before challenging the Patamon at the Gear Savannah, and then Megaton Punch I fluked. I learned it from I learned it when I had Gabumon as my Digimon when I was battling the Gabumon at the Misty Trees, and then Muscle Charge and War Cry I intentionally learned with Tyrannomon as my Digimon against optional opponents. Mudfrigimon was who I learned Muscle Charge from, and the Unimon lookalikes in Gear Savannah, that's where I learned War Cry from. And well, Buster Dive also came from an optional battle because Gotsumon was an optional battle, but Megaton Punch came from a non-optional battle because it was the battle against Gabumon, which was needed in order to be able to recruit Gabumon. When we battle MetalGreymon with MetalGreymon, the techniques that will be used against us will be Metal Splinter, which we already know, plus Pulse Laser and Orange Beam, and I'm not sure if even though MetalGreymon can use those techniques, it doesn't necessarily mean that he can learn those techniques. And so the point I was about to make is that I don't know if there's any chance of us learning a technique from the battle against MetalGreymon. I really don't think it matters whether or not we do learn a technique from him, but nonetheless I am checking out of curiosity. According to this, we can learn Pulse Laser with MetalGreymon and have a 21% chance. And apparently we can also learn Orange Beam with MetalGreymon and have a 13% chance. And I've already explained that we, have Metal Splinter already. And if we didn't have Metal Splinter, then we would have had a 27% chance of learning it. But it really doesn't matter. I'm not interested in Pulse Laser or Orange Beam. I just wanted to clarify that, there is the possibility of a technique being learned. The only way that it could possibly have any sort of influence or relevance is if we were to learn enough techniques in order to reach the necessary... Okay, we're digivolving. In order to reach the necessary number of techniques in order to fulfill the bonus condition for a Digimon who we currently don't have, where we currently don't have enough techniques mastered. Yes, it is MetalGreymon. The only way, learning a technique from MetalGreymon, as well as the possibility of learning other techniques from other Digimon and training brains and things like that, the only way that I think that it could really come in handy is if we don't currently know enough techniques in order to be able to fulfill the technique side of a bonus, in order to fulfill the technique side of bonus conditions for certain Digimon. There might be Digimon who at the moment we can't fulfill the bonus condition for, but then if we were to end up with more techniques, then we might then be able to fulfill the bonus condition for them. That's the only way that sort of learning more techniques can become relevant, really. I say that because as far as I am aware, I've already learned all of the techniques that I'm interested in. I can't think of any other technique that I haven't yet learned that I would want to learn. Yeah, I think if our number of techniques was supposed to go any higher, then I think it would be by accident. Like when I learned Ice Statue when training my brains with Frigimon. And just so you know, I'm about to grind for MetalGreymon. And what a short grind it was. Only took 2 tries. So, do we learn a technique? Oh, we learned all range beam. So I think we're now up to 31 techniques. I think that techniques is part of the bonus condition for every Digimon, or at least every Digimon that you can naturally Digivolve to. I'm not talking about like baby Digimon digivolve into Entraining Digimon, or Entraining Digimon digivolve into Rookie Digimon. I'm talking about Rookie Digimon digivolve into Champion Digimon, and Champion Digimon digivolve into Ultimate Digimon. And I'm specifically talking about natural digivolutions, not special digivolutions, not digivolutions via digivolution items, I'm solely talking about natural digivolutions. And I think that techniques is part of the bonus condition for every Digimon, every champion Digimon that you can naturally digivolve to, every ultimate Digimon that you can naturally digivolve to. And because of that, if you were to make significant progress with the game to the extent where you end up learning every technique, then I think that it would be a guarantee that you would fulfill the bonus condition for every Digimon in the game that you can naturally digivolve to. Champions and ultimates, that is. Not to mention that when your Digimon fades away, the stats that your Digimon has when it fades away, a percentage of those stats gets passed on to your new Digimon. A percentage of the stats get passed on to the baby Digimon that hatches from the egg, and the higher your tamer level is, the bigger the stat percentage is that you gain from your previous stats when fading away, the stats that you had when you faded away. Not to mention that training becomes more effective, with the baby and in training Digimon gym upgrade, the Ogremon and Terimon gym upgrade, the Piximon training manual, the Vegemon super carrots and hawk radishes, and it ends up getting to a point where significant progress in the game results in you gradually having better stats when you start a new lifespan with a baby Digimon, and that will make it easier to get stats up to certain thresholds for digivolutions, like getting HP and MP up to 1000, getting attack, defense, speed and brains up to 100. It will make it sort of easier for you to get the stats up to the necessary amounts in order to fulfill the stat requirements for Digimon. And sometimes you can even be born with a particular stat or a number of stats which are already above the threshold, already above 1000 HP or 1000 MP or 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, 100 brains, whatever it might be. And in a way, this could be seen as good because it helps with fulfilling the requirements for Digimon that you are aiming for. If it's a certainty that you are definitely going to fulfill the bonus condition, and if it's going to be extremely easy to fulfill the stat requirement. But the downside is that it does also mean fulfilling the bonus condition for Digimon who you don't want to Digivolve to, as well as the risk of fulfilling the stat requirement for Digimon that you don't want to Digivolve to, meaning that you are pretty much guaranteed to have 2 of the requirements for a Digimon that you won't want to Digivolve to, and that means that you would have to avoid both the care mistakes and the wait in order to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for an unwanted Digimon. But if you've got the stats and the bonus condition for every Digimon that you can possibly Digivolve to, then it's a guarantee that you will end up with 3 requirements, because it's a guarantee that you will end up with the care mistake requirement. Because regardless of whether you keep care mistakes, okay, we're fading away. Regardless of whether you keep care mistakes up or down, you're bound to fulfill the care mistake requirement for at least 1 Digimon. And as for weight, well, I think that it is possible to avoid the weight requirement for all of the possible digivolutions, but it would require effort to either keep your weight really low or keep your weight really high. The point I'm making is that the further into this challenge I go, the more of a risk there is going to be of me fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Digimon that I don't want to be Digivolving to, and that will make it harder for me to Digivolve to the Digimon that I do want to Digivolve to. Well, I might end up in a position where I have to rely on the relevant stat average and be in a position where the other Digimon who I have 3 of the requirements for, I would need their relevant stats to be different, or at least enough different in order for me to be able to digivolve to the Digimon that I want to digivolve to as a result of that Digimon having a superior relevant stat average. If there are cases where there are problematic crossovers with stats, then it might be best to try and go about the game where I don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for those Digimon, but fulfill 3 of the requirements for different Digimon instead, where, you know, relevant stats are going to be less of a problem, while of course needing to fulfill 3 of the requirements for the Digimon that I am aiming to digivolve to. I don't know how much I want to give away this early on. I know that in a lot of lifespans, I've pretty much told you what Digimon I am aiming for, or at the very least I've hinted towards the Digimon that I'm aiming for, or I've, you know, given you, I've listed the potential digivolutions and the requirements, and then from observing like how I've been playing in regards to like stats and care mistakes and weight and stuff, yeah, you've possibly been able to conclude what Digimon I've been aiming for. And I'm not sure if it's better to sort of reveal it all straight away, or try and sort of keep it quiet for as long as possible, or maybe some sort of compromise where I maybe sort of reveal information bit by bit. But what I will say is that in this lifespan, defense is going to be a very important stat. The aim is for this lifespan to prove to be a very significant lifespan, possibly the most significant lifespan so far, based on what my intentions are, or at the very least for this to be one of the more significant lifespans. The very first thing that I'm doing is training defense, and the reason for that is because there's going to come a point in which I am going to need to have a minimum of 500 defense. And there's other requirements as well, quite a lot of other requirements, and you know, a lot of things to do if I am successful with achieving what I want to achieve by reaching these targets, these requirements. But at the moment I'm training my defense, and this is where we digivolve, and seeing as defense is by far my superior stat, obviously Gabumon is the Digimon that I'm going to digivolve to, and he is the rookie Digimon that I want to digivolve to. Gabumon it is. So Gabumon can digivolve to Centaurumon, who I've already had in this challenge. He can digivolve to Monochromon, who I haven't yet had in this challenge. He can digivolve to Dremoldramon, who I haven't yet had in this challenge. He can digivolve to Tyrannomon, who I have had in this challenge. He can digivolve to Ogremon, who I have had in this challenge. And he can digivolve to Garulamon, who I haven't yet had in this challenge. So Centaurumon, Tyrannomon, Ogremon, that's 3 Digimon that Gabumon can digivolve to, who I've had before, versus Monochromon, Dremoldramon, and Garulamon, 3 Digimon who Gabumon can digivolve to, who I haven't had before. And if I go through the list from top to bottom, ignoring the Digimon who I've already had, or at least initially ignoring the Digimon I've already had, Monochromon would come first, and he can digivolve to MetalGreymon, who I haven't yet had in this challenge, and haven't yet recruited in this challenge, and MetalGreymon is currently available for battle and recruitment. He can also digivolve to MetalMummemon, who is not significant because we've already had him and recruited him. Dramolgemon, he can only digivolve to one Digimon, and it's one of the Digimon that Monochromon can digivolve to, MetalGreymon, and I've already explained that MetalGreymon is a, would be a useful Digimon to digivolve to. And then that leaves Garulamon, who can digivolve to SkullGreymon and Megadramon, both of whom would be useless. SkullGreymon we've had before and have already recruited SkullGreymon, and Megadramon we've not digivolved to before, but there would be no sense in digivolving to Megadramon because Megadramon is not a recruitable Digimon. Going by that, it would seem that Dramolgemon would be a good Digimon to digivolve to, and that Monochromon would be a good Digimon to digivolve to. Garulamon not so much, despite the fact that we haven't yet digivolved to Garulamon or recruited Garulamon. Centaurumon, even though we've had him before, he can digivolve to Geromon, as well as Andromon, and Geromon is a Digimon who we do need, because we haven't recruited Geromon yet. So there could also be some sense in digivolving to Centaurumon, although there are other Digimon who can digivolve to Geromon, and some of them might be a Digimon that I've not already had, and in which case it would make more sense to digivolve to Geromon from a champion Digimon that I haven't had before, so that I would end up with 2 new Digimon and 2 new recruits, as opposed to just 1 new Digimon and 1 new recruit. Tyrannomon can digivolve to Megadramon, who we've already had and recruited, but he can also digivolve to MetalGreymon, who would be a very useful Digimon to digivolve to, but we've already established that we can digivolve to MetalGreymon from Dramolgemon or Monochromon, and it would make more sense for one of them to be our champion Digimon before digivolving, if we are to digivolve to MetalGreymon, instead of digivolving to Tyrannomon first, who is a Digimon that we have already had. Ogremon can also digivolve to Geromon, along with Andromon, but I've already explained that we might be able to digivolve 2 Goromon from a champion Digimon that we haven't already had. I don't know how much time I've got to go over the digivolution requirements, but Centaurumon, the stat requirement is 100 brains. We are fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. We are not going to fulfill that because we've already had 4 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We're not currently fulfilling that. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. We've definitely got the techniques in the bag. And by the time Gabumon digivolves, we might have the discipline in the bag as well. But currently, that's just 2 of the requirements for Centaurumon: stats and bonus condition, not care mistakes or weight. Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. Well, I know for certain I've got the defense and the brains, but I'm not sure about the HP. I'm more inclined to think that I haven't got the HP. The care mistake requirement, same as Centaurumon, maximum of 3. We are not going to fulfill that because we've already gone beyond it. The weight requirement, 35 to 45. We are not currently fulfilling that. And I can check my HP. Okay, I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement for Monochromon either. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. At the moment, we are fulfilling the bonus condition due to the fact that we haven't had any battles. But that's just one of the requirements for Monochromon. Digivolve, the stat requirement is 100 attack. We've got that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. We've got that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. We don't currently have that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%. We are ticking both of those boxes, which means that as well as fulfilling the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement, we are fulfilling the bonus condition as well, which means that we currently have 3 of the requirements for Digivolve, with weight being the requirement that we are missing. Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We are not fulfilling that because our HP is under 1000, despite the fact that we are there with the attack. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We are currently not fulfilling that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. We are fulfilling both elements of the bonus condition, but that's currently just 2 of the requirements for Tyrannomon. The care mistakes and the bonus condition, we are currently lacking the stat requirement and the weight requirement. Ogremon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack. We do have the attack but not the HP, so yet another yet another scenario where we are not fulfilling the stat requirement because of our HP being under 1000. The care mistake requirement, minimum of 5. We are currently not fulfilling that. Weight requirement, 25 to 35. We're currently not fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. We are not fulfilling the bonus condition either, so we have none of the requirements for Ogremon. And then that just leaves Garurumon. The stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 speed. We are not fulfilling that because even though we've got the MP, we don't have the speed. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 1. We are not going to fulfill that. We already have too many care mistakes, 4 I believe. And you can probably tell by how careful and cautious I'm being. I am trying to keep my weight under 25 so that I don't fulfill the weight requirement for any of Gabumon's possible digivolutions. Speaking of weight, Garudamon's weight requirement is 25 to 35, which we are currently not fulfilling. The bonus condition, the 2 elements are to either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. We will definitely succeed with the bonus condition because we have more than enough techniques, and if our discipline isn't currently high enough, then it is very close, and chances are it's only going to get fuller, which means that we might also have the bonus, which means we might also have the discipline side of the bonus condition for Garurumon, but that's just one of the requirements. So what I'm doing is I'm keeping my HP under 1000, I'm keeping my speed under 100, I'm keeping my weight under 25, and I'm keeping my care mistakes where they are. I'm not going any higher than 4. I wanted my care mistakes to be a minimum of 3, but I wanted my care mistakes to also be below 5. So we're talking 3 or 4 care mistakes. I currently do have 4 care mistakes. The fact that I don't have the weight requirement for any of Gabumon's digivolutions means that all 3 of the other requirements are going to be needed in order for the digivolution to be possible. And I believe that the only Digimon where that is the case is Dremoldramon. We have the stats for Dremoldramon, the care mistakes for Dremoldramon, and the bonus condition for Dremoldramon. And I feel like our Digivolution can't be far away. I feel like you know, we've had Gabumon for a while, and it can't be long until he digivolves. And so I do feel happy to inform you that Dremoldramon is the champion Digimon that I am aiming for. And if we do successfully digivolve to him, then we can do something which is very long overdue and go to the drill tunnel and recruit Dremoldramon, a Digimon who has probably been waiting for us for many years. Okay, we are digivolving. Because you remember when we defeated Miramon with Miramon and recruited Miramon and then spoke to the Dremoldramon, which meant that he would have been finished 3 days later. I believe that that was during our first lifespan and therefore during the first year, and Dremoldramon is our Digimon. And when you think about how long it's been since then, it's now year 8, day 26, Dremoldramon has been ready to join the city for a very long time. He's been waiting for us for a very long time. So his recruitment is very overdue, and until now we weren't able to do it because I was choosing to digivolve to Digimon who weren't Dremoldramon, but now I have chosen to digivolve to Dremoldramon, which means that Dremoldramon is now a recruitable Digimon. But recruiting Dremoldramon isn't the only thing that I've got on mind, and I am going to not go to the drill tunnel immediately. I will go to the drill tunnel during this lifespan while I've got Digivolve as my Digimon, and it probably will be sooner rather than later. But I would like to train more as well, which is what I'm doing at the moment, as you can see. The plan is not for me to fade away as Digivolve. You know, I do have you know, other plans. You know, I do, you know, plan for Digivolve to digivolve into a different Digimon so that further progress will be possible. This is the point where I head to the drill tunnel to see to Digivolvemon's recruitment. But then after that, I don't really want to be holding on to Digivolvemon for much longer. I would like for Digivolvemon to digivolve, except the digivolution that I have in mind is not the one that you might be expecting. The digivolution that I have in mind is not digivolving from Digivolvemon to MetalGreymon. Instead, there is a special digivolution that I am hoping to do, which will result in Digivolvemon digivolving to Machinedramon, meaning that as well as having Digivolvemon as my Digimon in this lifespan and being able to recruit Digivolvemon as a result of it, I will also be able to have a second champion Digimon in this lifespan, the Digimon being Machinedramon, and then have the option of recruiting Machinedramon as well. And conveniently, Machinedramon and Digivolvemon can both digivolve to MetalGreymon, who is the ultimate Digimon that I am after. In order to digivolve from Digivolvemon to Machinedramon, you need to have a minimum of 500 defense, and that's why I trained my defense so much earlier on. That's why defense was so significant. You need your discipline to be at a maximum of 100%, and then if you let Digivolvemon sleep, there is a 1 in 3 chance of him digivolving to Monochromon. And Ogremon very conveniently does want to sleep. Okay, well, our defense is over 500, our discipline is at the maximum, as is our happiness. We have Ogremon as our Digimon, and Ogremon wants to sleep. So like with the other special digivolutions, I take the precaution of saving. And good thing too, because I wasn't successful with my first try. So I change the variable, or attempt to change the outcome by scolding Ogremon, and I only sleep. And now the digivolution is happening. Yeah, after being unsuccessful and reloading and trying again and still being unsuccessful, I then thought I need to change a variable to try and produce a different outcome. So I scolded Ogremon, let him sleep, and I only chose to sleep, not to save as well. And now we've got Monochromon as our Digimon. And because of that, we can now recruit Monochromon in this lifespan as well. I would like to point out that from the very beginning of this lifespan, I was aiming to digivolve to MetalGreymon so that I could defeat the MetalGreymon at Mount Infinity and then defeat Machinedramon as well, making the recruitments of Airdramon, Devimon and MetalGreymon official, so that the number of prosperity points that Digimon tells me that I have will go up by 7. And it's very convenient that Ogremon and Monochromon can both digivolve to MetalGreymon, and that there was a special digivolution making it possible to digivolve from Ogremon to Monochromon. The only downside is that we now have the worst part of the game ahead of us. The very much dreaded Monochromon shop minigame. And in this case it's double trouble because we've got 2 Monochromons. Oh, Greymon with a medicine, that is a good choice. I'll try and sell it for 1500. And I do. And so I make the dream start. And another medicine. But since it's Gotsumon, I'll try and sell it for 1200. And I get successful with that as well. So we're just 2 customers down and I've got 1,300 bits already. Portable potty, I'll try and sell for 360 since it's Gotsumon. Okay, that's not bad either. A less favourable customer. Try and sell the portable potty for 330. Okay, I get there. Unpredictable customer. I'll try and sell the portable potty for 450, the maximum. That's what I do for these guys and the Goborymons. And I'm successful with that sell as well. Gotsumon I raised the price by 2 steps. Weedmon I raised the price by 1 step. Portable potty, and Goborymon, so I'll try and sell for 450. And we're up to 2,050 already. I don't raise the price for meats though, just portable potties and medicines. And speaking of medicine, here's another one. So I'll try and sell 1,200. We are like only about 500 bits away and we're not even halfway yet. Portable potty, if I can sell that for 360, and I can, I'm literally about 400 bits away. And we're still not at the halfway point. Meat, I'll just maintain the regular price. Just another meat, so regular price again. Okay, halfway, but I can't believe how much I've made so far. And another medicine. I can literally do it from here. I can literally win from this. You know, recruit Monochromon from this. I'm trying to sell for 1,500. And I'm there. 11 customers in, and I've already reached the. I've already reached and exceeded the necessary amount in order for Monochromon to join the city. I don't think I've ever done it with 11 customers before. I mean, I was almost there when I was halfway. If it hadn't been for the last 2 Weedmons in the first half wanting just meat, then, you know, there was a chance that I could have done it in the first half, and then I end up doing it with the very first customer of the second half, which was just my 11th customer. 10 customers in the first half, and then the very first customer in the second half, and I go and get the... I go and exceed the necessary amount of profit. Even though I have already reached and exceeded the target, I am still trying to charge what I would normally charge, just to see how much profit I can make. Because I'm not far off 4,000. I have made 4,000 before. I think 4,860 is the biggest profit I've ever made, and there is a video of that on YouTube. You know, I did upload it onto YouTube. Medicine, try and sell for 1,100. Okay, I'm into the 4,000 club. And that is something that doesn't happen very often. I don't normally make that much profit. And even though I have done better in the past, it's still not, you know, very often that I make it into the 4,000 club. Okay, that's the end of the shift. So there wasn't a new target regarding my total amount of profit, but there was a new record for me regarding how few customers it took in order for me to reach the necessary target. Just to go over things, we digivolved to Dremoldramon. Yeah, we digivolved to Dremoldramon and recruited Dremoldramon. And from the beginning of this lifespan, I wanted to eventually digivolve to MetalGreymon. But instead of digivolving from Dremoldramon to MetalGreymon, I digivolved from Dremoldramon to Monochromon via a special digivolution, so that I was able to recruit Monochromon as well as Dremoldramon. And now the aim is to digivolve to MetalGreymon, because Dremoldramon can digivolve to MetalGreymon. Monochromon can digivolve to MetalGreymon, just like Dremoldramon can. It's probably going to be a while until 6 days have elapsed, and therefore it's probably going to be a while before digivolution is going to be on the cards. But if I get up the digivolution guide, there are 2 Digimon that Monochromon can digivolve to, MetalGreymon and MetalMummemon. It was different with Dremoldramon, he could only digivolve to MetalGreymon, but it's okay because Monochromon can digivolve to MetalGreymon as well, despite the fact that he can also digivolve to MetalMummemon. The stat requirements for MetalGreymon is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains. So when I trained and got my brains up to 500, it wasn't just the required amount in order to be able to digivolve from Dremoldramon to Monochromon. It's also the required amount of defense in order to be able to digivolve to MetalGreymon, along with all the other stat requirements as well. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10. We are currently fulfilling that and shouldn't have any trouble with fulfilling it. The weight requirement is 60 to 70. We're not currently fulfilling that. I'm not sure if we will be able to reach that weight range without force feeding Monochromon, but worst case scenario, we'll just have to force feed him a bit. Bonus condition, there's 3 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 30 techniques or a minimum of 30 battles, or have your discipline at a minimum of 95%. The bonus condition is a guarantee because of the number of techniques that we've got. And we are also currently being successful with the discipline as well. So that's, at the moment, 2 of the requirements for Monochromon, care mistakes and bonus condition. We are working towards the stats by training, and we are also working towards the weight by feeding sirloins to Monochromon as and when he wants to eat, and he typically eats either 1 or 2 sirloins, which means that each time his weight will be going up by 3 or 6. Yeah, we have 2 of the requirements at the moment, care mistakes and bonus condition. We need a 3rd requirement, which will either have to be stats or weight. But there isn't much point in reaching 3 requirements anytime soon, because we haven't had Monochromon anywhere near long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve to MetalGreymon. Even if the 6-day, even if the evolution counter started when we digivolved to Ogremon, it's even from then, it's still going to be a while before we reach the 6-day mark. And if the evolution counter started when we digivolved to Monochromon, then we're going to have even more time on our hands before it's been long enough in order for us to digivolve to MetalGreymon. So yes, I wouldn't worry about trying to get a 3rd requirement too quickly. I suspect that we will have 3 requirements before Monochromon is able to digivolve, because I think that we will fulfill the requirements before it's been 6 days. HP is virtually there, MP is already there, attack is getting there, and we are also improving our speed by training our attack, and then training the remainder of, when we're done training attack, training the remainder of the speed should get our HP up to the target. MP is already at the target, as is defense, and I'm not sure about our brains. But with the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, we have 2 ways of reaching 3 requirements: either get the stats or get the weight. I'm choosing to train because it will help us with the battles that we have ahead of us, and believe me, we do have battles ahead of us, because if we were to digivolve to MetalGreymon, then we would have to go to Mount Infinity and defeat MetalGreymon, and it would also be my intention to defeat Machinedramon while we are at it. Now if I look at MetalMummemon, who I want to be avoiding, The stat requirement is 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. If I remember rightly, in order to digivolve to MetalGreymon, as well as fulfilling the other stat requirements, I think that your speed and brains only needs to be 300, which means that if we get the stat requirements for MetalGreymon, and we get speed and brains up to 300, but keep them under 400, or at least keep one of them under 400, then we'll have the stat requirement for MetalGreymon and not MetalMummemon. That's if I'm remembering correctly about MetalGreymon stat requirements. I'm sure it was just 300 speed and 300 brains that was needed, which means that it's possible to, have the stat requirements for MetalGreymon and not MetalMummemon, because I think MetalMummemon needs superior speed and brains, and we can stay under the limit for at least one of those stats. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 15, so it's a guarantee that we will fulfill the care mistake requirement, because the care mistake requirement for MetalGreymon is 10, a maximum of 10 that is. So if your care mistakes are at a maximum of 10, then obviously they're going to be below 15, so we will definitely have the care mistake requirement for MetalMummemon. And we are now there with the attack that's needed for MetalGreymon. Going back to MetalMummemon, there's a huge difference between his weight requirement and MetalGreymon's weight requirement. MetalMummemon's weight requirement is 5 to 15, whereas MetalGreymon's weight requirement is 60 to 70. We probably don't have the weight requirement for MetalGreymon at the moment. We are probably under it, but we are well over the weight requirement for MetalMummemon. We are currently not fulfilling the weight requirement for MetalMummemon, nor are we currently fulfilling the stat requirement for MetalGreymon, and I will ensure that I don't fulfill either of those conditions. I'll be sure to keep my weight up, and I'll be sure to keep one of the relevant stats down, unless I come up with a different idea, a better idea. But at the moment, the idea that I just mentioned seems like the best idea that I'm able to think of at the moment. The bonus condition for MetalMummemon, we are definitely going to succeed, because part of it is to have a minimum of 30 techniques. The other is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 95%. I reckon we will probably fulfill both elements of the bonus condition, but regardless of our happiness, we will definitely fulfill the technique element of the bonus condition. And we will definitely fulfill the care mistake requirement. But our weight is much closer to the necessary weight range for MetalGreymon rather than MetalMummemon, and our weight is gradually going up. So we're going to be getting closer to MetalGreymon's weight requirement rather than MetalMummemon's weight requirement. And I'm just going to go back onto MetalGreymon. Well, yeah, as a reminder, the stat requirement for MetalGreymon is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains. As for MetalMummemon, it was 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains, which means that by getting the necessary stats for MetalGreymon, we will also get the necessary attack and defense for MetalMummemon, but the speed and brains can be avoided. We can we can get enough speed and brains in order to digivolve to MetalGreymon, but not enough in order to digivolve to MetalMummemon. We are actually now there with the stat requirements for MetalGreymon, as well as the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition. Whereas with MetalMummemon we have just the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, not the stat requirement or the weight requirement. So I'm continuing to train attack because I think attack is a stat that will come in handy, and this is pretty much going to be the way of things until Monochromon digivolves. You remember earlier I was saying about the concern of me fulfilling all of the the bonus condition for every single Digimon. Well, I said about the risk of me fulfilling the bonus condition for unwanted Digimon due to, you know, the number of techniques that I have and might end up having. And I was also saying about concerns with how high my stats might be when I start afresh with a baby Digimon. And in the previous lifespan, when I was waiting for my Digimon to fade away, I did take a precaution to try and combat that problem, and that was that so far when waiting for my Digimon to fade away, I usually trained nothing but HP, which resulted in my HP reaching the very maximum, and if my tamer level is particularly high, then that could result in me starting afresh as a baby Digimon with my HP above 1,000, and that could be a problem because it could mean fulfilling the stat requirement for a Digimon that I don't want to be fulfilling the stat requirement for, and I would have the same problem if I was to train MP to the maximum. You know, when starting out, like after fading away, you know, my MP could be at 1,000 if it was at 9,999 when fading away, and then take like attack, defense. Okay, we're digivolving. Take attack, defense, speed, and brains. If one of them was to be at 999 when fading away, then they could be at 100 when I start afresh with my baby Digimon, which could be a problem. Okay, it is MetalGreymon, which could be a problem because, you know, I don't want, because of the risk of me ending up fulfilling the stat requirements for Digimon I don't want to be fulfilling the stat requirements for, and that is even more of a risk now that my tamer level is at the very maximum. Yeah, the fulfilling the stat requirement for unwanted Digimon is a risk, along with the risk of fulfilling the bonus condition for unwanted Digimon. But in the previous lifespan, instead of just training nothing but HP and getting my HP up to 9,999, I tried to have more variety. I tried to train all of my stats, and I tried to get them all up to roughly the same amount, so that by the time I faded away, my stats weren't high enough when I entered my next lifespan in order for the stats to have been a risk. You know, my HP and MP were under 1,000, my attack, defense, speed and brains were under 100. You know, that, you know, gives me the chance to avoid the stat requirement for unwanted Digimon. If I need to get my stats up to a certain amount, then that should be easy enough. But yeah, it's mostly about trying to avoid fulfilling the stat requirement for unwanted Digimon. And what you saw with me training... Okay, this looks like it could be bad. What you saw with me training like all of my stats instead of just training one. Okay, I don't want to get into a battle. Instead of just training one stat, yeah, that is something that would be worth doing in the future whenever waiting, when waiting for my Digimon to fade away. Yeah, it might be a good idea to, train all of the stats. Try and get all of them up to roughly the same amount. Just keep training until I fade away. This is, when I am at the stage where I want my Digimon to fade away. Maybe get HP and MP up to 5,000, maybe get attack, defense, speed and brains up to 500, whatever it might be, instead of getting one individual stat up to 9,999 or 999, because then that could prove to be a problem in the following lifespan. Because getting HP, fading away with 9,999 HP or MP with a maximum tamer level would mean that I think would mean that they would be the HP or MP, whichever stat it is, would be over 1,000 when entering the next lifespan, and that could mean fulfilling the stat requirement for a Digimon I don't want to be digivolving to, and therefore a Digimon I don't want to be fulfilling requirements for. And if I was to get attack up to 999, or defense up to 999, or speed up to 999, or brains up to 999, then when I fade away, whichever stat it is would probably be over 100, and that would mean and then that could also be a problem when it comes to fulfilling the stat requirements for Digimon I don't want to be digivolving to, fulfilling requirements for Digimon I don't want to be fulfilling requirements for. It's particularly a big issue considering the heightened risk of me fulfilling the bonus condition for a lot of Digimon, now that I think I have 31 techniques. But if I was to just train all my stats and get them all up to say like 5,000 or like 6,000 or like 500 or 600, then I'm sure that that HP and MP would be a fair bit under 1,000, and attack, defense, speed and brains would be a fair bit under 100. Well, that's MetalGreymon taken care of by MetalGreymon. The same way that Devimon was taken care of by Devimon, and Airdramon was taken care of by Airdramon, and those Digimon will officially join the city after we defeat Machinedramon. We will officially get the prosperity points for those Digimon, 7 prosperity points in total, once we defeat Machinedramon. Which I think will bring us up to 82 prosperity points. And seeing as Machinedramon is not a recruitable Digimon, and seeing as he is not a Digimon that you can have as your partner Digimon, we have the liberty of being able to defeat Machinedramon with whatever Digimon we want. And having come this far with MetalGreymon, why not go the whole way and defeat Machinedramon with MetalGreymon? Okay, with Machinedramon defeated, we now have access to Digivolving when the timing is right. In other words, when we have Digivolving as our own Digimon. unrelated to Machinedramon, we also have access to Greymon when the time is right. We have access to Devimon when the time is right. We have access to Nanimon. We have access to Leomon when the time is right, and then Nanimon when the time is right. We have access to Unimon when the time is right. We have access to Cockatorimon when the time is right. And we have access to Garulamon when the time is right. And pretty much in every scenario when I've said when the time is right, I've basically meant when we have when our partner Digimon is the suitable Digimon. Also, now that Machinedramon has been defeated, there is now the back dimension, which can spawn at one of 3 different locations, either the Grey Lord's mansion, or the Ice Sanctuary, or the Olga Fortress. In this case, it spawned at the Olga Fortress. And I'm pleased to say that we were already done with the 3 locations that the back dimension can be at. Grey Lord's mansion, we've already recruited SkullGreymon and looted all the items. Ice Sanctuary, we've already recruited Angemon and looted all the items. Olga Fortress, we've already recruited Ogremon and Xiaomon and spoke to Nanimon there and looted all of the items. And the reason why that's a good thing is because if the back dimension was to appear at a place that you were not done with, a place that you hadn't finished with, then you would be in a position where you would have to defeat Machinedramon in order to be able to make the place available again. Otherwise it will just be the back dimension that you would go into, and the back dimension is useful because it has one of each item chip, so 1 of or 6 item chips, and it also has a ray gun digivolution item that makes you digivolve to Devimon, a particularly useful item considering Devimon is a Digimon who we haven't yet digivolved to in this challenge, and digivolving to Devimon without the use of a digivolution item would be difficult because it would require us to have a champion Digimon for a minimum of 10 days, which would likely require us to either prolong our lifespan with things like Digi-Seabasses, or do the trick where you keep your Digimon awake for 23 hours a day and only let it sleep for 1 hour so that the evolution counter fills up more quickly, which might then make Devimon more plausible. But then you also have to worry about the option of digivolving from your champion Digimon to an unwanted ultimate Digimon, because you might sort of unwillingly fulfill 3 of the requirements for an unwanted ultimate Digimon, and then you might have a hard job. Okay, I didn't want to get into a battle. And you might then have a hard job with avoiding digivolving to that Digimon. We've looted all of the items. There's no need for us to battle Machinedramon. We could just collect all of the items and leave. But nonetheless, I would like to battle Machinedramon, because you never know when a chain melon might come in handy. Not to mention that you also get 10,000 bits for defeating Machinedramon. Although, considering Machinedramon does full power, which puts all of his stats up to the maximum, when you consider the attack that we've got, I do worry that that the amount of damage that we're going to do against him is going to be quite limited, and that could make this quite a time-consuming battle. Machinedramon hits the floor. I've got to be honest, I was hoping Meltdown would be a bit more effective against him. It's just, when you go to techniques, Meltdown's power is 400, and I knew that, you know, Machinedramon's defense was quite a bit superior to my attack. Heck, all of his stats were far superior to my stats on the whole, but I was still hoping that Meltdown would do between 200 and 300, but instead it did less than 200. I think it was like typically doing between like 150 and 180. Don't need too many sirloins in my inventory. My finishes helped a bit against Machinedramon, but not massively. I think they typically did about 1300 damage. I can think of 2 occasions where it did 1300 and something. Hey, a chain melon is ours. And we are up to 82 prosperity points. Which is what I thought. Well, we've got some stuff from the back dimension that can go into the item bank. Defense chips, ray gun, brain chip, quick chip, MP chip, attack chip, HP chip, chain melon, that's our training manual. See, there's quite a lot of stuff in our inventory, mostly item chips. And then some other things like food items that like boost your like happiness or discipline, including the chain melon. And I decided to take the ray gun back out because I am thinking about using it. Obviously not in this lifespan, I can't give it to MetalGreymon, but I do plan on using it. I do plan on letting it come in handy. And well, the Leomon stone might as well remain in my inventory because I have to have Leomon as my Digimon at some point. And but when I do, I will need to encounter the recruitable Leomon at the Gear Savannah, and I would need to have the Leomon stone on me in order to be able to recruit Leomon. Because if you go to Gear Savannah, the bit where there's the cutscene where Leomon rescues Patamon from Goborymon, and then Leomon runs off into the room on the left. If you follow Leomon into that room and you don't have his ancestor stone, then Leomon will be there and you can talk to him, but you can't recruit him because he tells you that there's something that he's looking for which has been left behind for him by his ancestors and he doesn't know what it is. But by going to Leomon's ancestor's cave and collecting Leomon's stone and giving it to him, you then give him the thing that he's been searching for, and there's a message from his ancestors telling him to go to the city, which is very convenient for us because recruiting him is the very thing that we were hoping to do. As I was saying earlier, you probably noticed I'm not just training HP, I'm not just training one particular stat. I'm training my stats to pass the time and producing the sweat bubble to make us fade away quicker, reduce lifespan, reduce happiness and discipline and stuff. But I'm trying to be balanced with my stats. I'm trying to get all of my stats up to roughly the same amount, so that when I fade away and start afresh, hopefully my stats will all be roughly the same amount, and hopefully I will be able to get the necessary stats that are needed for the Digimon that I want to Digivolve to, and avoid the necessary stats that are needed for the Digimon that I don't want to Digivolve to. And I just noticed it said year 9, day 6. And as I saw that, it then just occurred to me to think that even though we're not pursuing medals, even though we've got no interest in medals, the 10-year medal isn't exactly a million miles away. In fact, it's less than 2 years away, and with the remaining lifespans that we've got, we could end up reaching year 11, day 1, and being presented with the 10-year medal. This is the end for MetalGreymon. As I was saying though, I've got no interest in medals. The purpose of this challenge is to try and get 100 prosperity points, or as close to it as physically possible. I'm very pleased about the fact that I managed to make it into Mount Infinity and defeat the final boss, Machinedramon, and make it as far as I have made it with prosperity points. And it would be fantastic if I can go the whole way and get 100 prosperity points. But all we can do is just keep at it and see what happens. The fact that I've chosen the green egg means that there are 3 potential rookie Digimon up for grabs if you include Kunamon. The other 2 obviously being Ogremon and Gabumon. Ogremon can digivolve to Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centaurumon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. All of those Digimon I've already had. Greymon can digivolve to MetalGreymon and SkullGreymon. Both of those Digimon I've already had. Miramon can digivolve to MetalGreymon and Andromon. Both of those Digimon I've already had. Birdramon can digivolve to Phoenixmon, who has no use in this challenge. Centaurumon can digivolve to Andromon and Guromon. And Guromon is still a Digimon who is needed. So that gives a tiny bit of value to Centaurumon. Monochromon can digivolve to MetalGreymon and MetalMummemon. Both those Digimon I've had before. Tyrannomon can digivolve to MetalGreymon and Megadramon. Both of those Digimon I've had before. Kunamon can digivolve to Barkamon, Carbolterimon, Kawagamon and Vegimon, all of whom are Digimon that I've had before. Barkamon can digivolve to SkullGreymon and Guromon. SkullGreymon I've had before. Guromon I haven't, and he is still yet to be recruited. So like with Centaurumon, there is the potential for Barkamon to have a bit of value. Carbolterimon can digivolve to MetalMummemon, who I've had before. and Hercules Carbalterimon, who has no use in this challenge. Ogremon can digivolve to Piximon, who I've had before, and Hercules Carbalterimon, who, like I said, has no use in this challenge. The only ultimate that Vegemon can digivolve to is Piximon, who I've had before. Then as for Gabumon, he can digivolve to Centarumon, Monochromon, Dromodramon, Tyrannomon, Ogremon, and Garulamon. And out of all of those champion Digimon, the only one I've not had before is Garulamon. When I was going through Ogumon's Digivolutions, I know I checked Centarumon's Digivolution, just clicking on it again, Andromon and Guromon, so no value in Andromon, but value in Guromon. Monochromon is another one that I've already clicked on when going through Ogumons, but MetalGreymon and MetalMummemon are the Digivolutions. Nothing to gain from digivolving to either of them. Dromodramon can only digivolve to MetalGreymon. No point there. Tyrannomon I went over with Ogremon, MetalGreymon and Megadramon. Not going to get any joy there. Ogremon, like with Centarumon, he can digivolve to Andromon and Guromon. So once again, we find ourselves looking at a champion Digimon who we've had before, but could still be useful because of their ability to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon that we've not had before. And then Garulamon, the only new champion Digimon that we can possibly get from this lifespan. The ultimates that he can digivolve to are SkullGreymon and Megadramon. SkullGreymon we've had before, and Megadramon is pointless. So when it comes to natural Digivolutions in this lifespan, it's looking like we can't get both a new champion and a new ultimate. It looks like we can get a new champion, but the same ultimate, and therefore only be able to recruit a champion and earn 2 prosperity points, or the other thing, or the only other thing that seems to be possible is to digivolve to a champion Digimon. Okay, we're digivolving now. Digivolve to a champion Digimon who we've already had, so that we can digivolve to Guromon and then recruit Guromon and rake in 3 prosperity points. That is just going by the possible natural Digivolutions in this lifespan. And Gabumon is our rookie Digimon, so we're not going to be seeing Ogumon or Kunamon in this lifespan. It's Gabumon that we are going to be seeing, and like I said, when it comes to natural digivolutions, in this lifespan, it doesn't look like it's going to be possible to digivolve to a new champion and a new ultimate. It's looking like it's going to be one or the other, and in which case either recruiting 2 prosperity points or recruiting 3 prosperity points, as opposed to earning 5 prosperity points. If we go over Gabumon's digivolutions again, Centaurimon, there is value because of the fact that he can digivolve to Greymon. The stat requirement for him is 100 brains, which we are currently not fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, which we currently are fulfilling. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which we currently are not fulfilling. And judging by the fact that I'm giving Gabumon super carrots, it's looking like I'm wanting my weight to go downwards rather than upwards. And then the bonus condition has 2 elements. One is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. We will probably have the discipline by the time Gabumon digivolves. Failing that, we already have the techniques. So we have the bonus condition for Centaurimon and the care mistake requirement for Centaurimon. At the moment anyway, the bonus condition is there to stay. The care mistake requirement is there at the moment but could be lost. And then the stat requirement and the weight requirement we don't have at the moment, but it is possible to earn them. But currently we have just 2 of the requirements for Centaurimon. Monochromon, there's no point in us digivolving to. So he is a Digimon that I am prepared to tell you that I definitely want to avoid. The stat requirement, 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. We are not, currently we are not fulfilling the stat requirement. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, which we currently are fulfilling. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, which currently we are not fulfilling. And then the 2 elements to the bonus condition, there are 2 elements to it for Monochromon, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. Due to the number of battles that we've had, we are fulfilling the bonus condition at the moment, as well as the care mistake requirement, but not the stats or the weight. So I need to I need to ensure that when it comes to HP, defense and brains, ideally I want to keep one of those stats down so that I won't have the stat requirement for Megadramon, and ideally I want to keep my weight down so that I won't have the weight requirement for Megadramon either. My defense and brains are both under the necessary amount in order for Megadramon's digivolution to be possible. Digivolve, who we do definitely want to avoid. The stat requirement is 100 attack, we are fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, we are currently not fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, we are currently not fulfilling that. And the bonus condition has 2 elements, either keep techniques at a maximum, either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%. It looks like we are fulfilling both of the bonus conditions, but the bonus condition plus the stats is only 2 of the requirements. As long as we keep our care mistakes down, keep them under 3, then we won't have the care mistake requirement for Digimon, and also keep weight outside the range of 35 to 45, and we won't have the weight requirement for Digimon either, and that will save us from having to worry about Digimon. Tyrannomon, who we also want to be avoiding, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We're not fulfilling the stat requirement because our defense is under 100. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. Currently we're not fulfilling that. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. We are fulfilling the bonus condition because of the battles. We're also fulfilling the care mistake requirement, but not the stat requirement or the weight requirement, which means that we want to keep weight under 25 and we want to keep defense under 100. And then Garurumon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 speed, which we are currently fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1, which we are currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which we are currently not fulfilling. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. Because of that, and so we are fulfilling the bonus condition because of the techniques, and that currently is 3 of the requirements for Garurumon. We can't lose the bonus condition because we can't lose the techniques. we can't lose the stat requirement because we can't lose the stats. We can lose the care mistake requirement because we are limited to a maximum of 1 care mistake, which means that if I want Garurumon, then I need to keep my care mistakes where they are, which is at 0. Otherwise, I would then need the weight requirement in order to have any chance of digivolving to Garurumon, and the weight requirement is 25 to 35. Going back to Centarumon, the stat requirement of 100 brains I still don't have. The care mistake requirement of a maximum of 3 I do still have. The weight requirement of 25 to 35 I still don't have, and the bonus condition I do still have because of the techniques and, from the looks of things, probably the discipline as well, but that's still just 2 of the requirements for Centarumon, and it will remain that way unless I get my brains up to 100 or get my weight up to the range of 25 to 35. If I remember rightly, Monochromon was useless. Yes, he was. Dremolgemon, useless, yes. Tyrannomon, useless, yes. I'm not sure I remembered to comment on Ogremmon's requirements, because like the Centarumon, he can also digivolve to Greymon, and his stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack, which I am currently fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5, which I'm currently not fulfilling. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which I'm currently not fulfilling. And the bonus condition has 2 elements to it, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. I'm not fulfilling the bonus condition, which means that the stat requirement is the only requirement that I have for Ogremon at the moment. Well, the fact that I have 3 of the requirements for Garurumon and none of the other champion Digimon is one sign that I'm aiming for Garurumon in this lifespan. And another sign is the fact that I have trained my MP and speed a lot, which are the necessary stats for Garurumon, meaning that if I was to fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon, then the digivolution would probably go to Garurumon, because his MP and speed being high, or at least high for this stage, would give him a good I was confusing my HP and MP. I thought that my HP was 1000 and my MP was 3000. I was wrong. It's the other way around. My HP is 3000 and my MP is only 1000. But my speed, unless I'm also confusing my speed with something else, my speed is over 300, which means that the relevant stat average for Garurumon should be a pretty good one if it was to be needed. Yeah, my speed isn't much under 400. But at the moment, I'm fulfilling no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon, which means that the relevant stat average is not necessary. I do hope that I have, correctly understood, how the Digivolution priority works, when it comes to the stats and how it's calculated. Because, I've said it many times throughout this challenge, and, from the looks of things, it has worked every time, which gives me confidence that I have understood it correctly, and I certainly hope that that is the case. Otherwise, I have made one massive fool of myself throughout this challenge. I made a fool of myself during the early stages when I had Ninjamon for the first time, and I was aiming to digivolve to Pixiemon, and then I sort of paused and thought, hold on a minute, how can I be confident that I will digivolve to Pixiemon and not Mumemon? And well, I did digivolve to Pixiemon, but I certainly wouldn't want to go through that again. I ended up with egg on my face there, even though it did work out for me in the end. And, if I'm totally wrong about, okay, we're digivolving. If we're totally wrong about what I have called the relevant stat average, then once again I am going to end up with massive egg on my face. But it is Garurumon that we have digivolved to. Who is the Digimon that I was aiming for? Now, with Garurumon, I need to win the rematch against the opposing Garulamon in Friesland in order for the Garulamon to join the city. I've already defeated the Garulamon the first time. I defeated him with Piximon much earlier into the challenge, but I will need to win against him for the second time, where I won't be allowed to assist my Digimon in any sort of way. I've got Ice Statue equipped, which I'm very happy about. My attack is almost 500. My speed is 400. My HP is 4000. Those stats are okay, but I would like to get them better, or at least get some of them better. My MP could probably do with a boost, because if I end up... yeah, I've only got 1200 MP. If I was to end up running out of MP during the Garulamon rematch, then I would be completely screwed, because I'd have no way of recovering MP. My brains is only 100, but I'm not sure how significant brains is in the Garulamon rematch, and the reason why I say that is because of your inability to assist your Digimon in any sort of way. You know, you can't command your Digimon, so I assume that your Digimon will just go by the auto command. I think that would be your Digimon's default. So I don't really think there would be... I'm not sure there's any point really in having, like, getting your brains really high and having loads of commands such as attack, moderate, distance, change target, defensive, enable technique, if you're not going to be able to use them in any sort of way. And as for my defense, well, my defense is low, and it's up to me how I choose to respond to that. I could train my defense and get my defense better so that the opposing Garulamon's attacks would do less damage against me, or I could train HP so that I would be able to survive more attacks, regardless of whether I train HP or train defense. Either way, I think that the outcome would be me being able to survive more attacks, because by training HP, but by having higher HP, I would have to lose more HP in order to get defeated. And then as for defense, well, by having higher defense, the less HP I will lose from getting attacked. So if I wanted to try and be better off defensively, then I could train my defense, or I could train my HP. Or if I want to put defense aside and just be a lot more offensive and take the view that attack is the best defense, then I could just focus mostly on attack and speed, focus on trying to inflict as much damage as possible upon the opposing Garurumon, try and defeat the Garurumon as quickly as possible, you know, giving him less of a chance to attack me, because the longer it takes me to defeat him, the longer he will have to attack me, the longer he will have to do damage to me, but the opposite is going to be true if I defeat him quickly. Okay, my attack is what I trained there, and I am continuing to train attack. It's just the Garurumon in Friesland, he's not a pushover, and being an ice Digimon, he's going to be resistant to ice. You know, I am going to need a fair amount of attack in order to be able to inflict, you know, reasonable damage upon the opposing Garurumon. It wasn't that long ago we recruited Megadramon, who I think is, which I think means that we now have 3 Digimon working at the item shop: Biomon, Patamon, and Monochromon himself, leaving just Unimon, who hasn't yet been recruited. I think we've also got 3 of the main Digimon working at the restaurant: Miramon, Tyrannomon, and Frigimon. And if we can add Garurumon to the list, then that would be all 4 of the main restaurant Digimon recruited. When I say main, that doesn't include Vedamon or Digitalmamon, and at the moment neither of them have been recruited anyway. But the restaurant is something that I don't think I've used for a while, and something that I don't really think I need anymore. I remember earlier in the challenge, when I had much more modest stats, when I wasn't able to train as effectively, and there were some ultimates that I needed to digivolve to, which required me to reach big stats. But now, the training is more effective, our stats are better, and when it comes to digivolutions, I think we've now got it a lot easier. I think we've gotten the harder digivolutions out of the way. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have... Yeah, I think we've got the harder parts of the challenge out of the way. And, you know, the restaurant is there, I can use it, but I don't really need it. No ice mushroom, so let's battle Garurumon. Oh yeah, Garurumon has been waiting for us for quite some years, might I add. 1220 damage? Gee, we're both 2 ice statues from death. Okay, he's 1 from death. Okay, well I won the fight, but by the skin of my teeth. And I picked up an injury, which really is not a surprise considering how low my HP was at the end of that fight. I honestly didn't expect Garurummon's attacks to do that much damage against me. Oh, and by the way, it's time for a new Digimon. You know, I knew my defense was low, but I didn't think Garurumon's ice statue would end up doing about 1200 damage. I mean, I had the, you know, advantage of being resistant to ice. You know, having like a type resistance. I mean, you know, he would have had it as well. And due to him having superior defense, you know, my ice statue was only about half as effective as his. But at the start of the battle, my HP was about twice as good as his. Our attack was probably much the same. Yeah, that was a very nerve-wracking battle. I thought that the battle would go a lot more smoothly, but I easily could have lost that, and then ended up needing to reload and then train more. You either train attack and speed to try and defeat the Garurumon more quickly, hopefully stopping him from being able to attack me as much, or train my HP and defense to try and put me in a position where I'm able to withstand more attacks from the Garurumon. Well, I suppose the most important thing is we won the battle and we defeated... Well, we won the battle and we recruited Garurumon, who was the last of the main restaurant Digimon, and now we are about to have a new addition to the restaurant, but not one of the main restaurant Digimon. Yeah, not one of the restaurant Digimon that has, you know, a fixed shift, you know, fixed hours. Just a, you know, a Digimon who will show up at the restaurant randomly. Every time you enter, there's a chance that it will be Devimon who will be working there instead of the Digimon who should be there. And the same is true with Digitalmamon, except I think Digitalmamon is rarer than Devimon. I think Devimon showing up is 1 in 3, and Digitalmamon showing up is 1 in 10. Digitalmamon hasn't been recruited though, so he's not working in the restaurant, he's not working in the city, full stop. But in this lifespan we have been able to obtain an extra 5 prosperity points from recruiting Garulamon and Devimon, putting us from 82 prosperity points to 87 prosperity points. And Devimon's usefulness was short-lived, because this is the bit where we just train until Devimon fades away, and considering Devimon is only 6 days old, it might take quite a bit of grinding before Devimon does fade away. For many years of playing this game, I thought that the only way that you could digivolve to Devimon was via the use of a digivolution item, the ray gun, of course. It wasn't until checking the digivolution guide that I rely on so very heavily that I realised that any champion Digimon can digivolve to Devimon. If you praise or scold Devimon once you've had the champion Digimon for 10 days. And before I was aware of that, wait. Actually, well, I'm struggling to recall, but what I do remember is when I did Digivolve to Devimon for the very first time, without the use of a Digivolution item, the Digimon that I had that digivolved to Devimon was SkullGreymon, because I remember I was practicing a SkullGreymon solo challenge for this game, where I wanted to try and complete the game, or at least as much of it as possible, while having SkullGreymon as my Digimon. And I did it so that I started off with Gabumon, and I ended that lifespan, and I ended it in a way where firstly I trained Gabumon's brains so that I was able to lose to the Ogremon in the native forest, because instead of attacking the Ogremon, I was able to pick distance and just wait for the Ogremon to defeat me, or it might have been defensive that I had picked instead, and I ended up losing 2 lives from deliberately losing to the Ogremon, and I was also messing on the floor as much as possible, and my Virus Gorge was 1 away from being full, and Gabumon needed the toilet and needed to sleep at the same time, so I slept while he needed the toilet, which meant that he messed on the floor during his sleep, and he didn't digivolve to Sukamon there and then, but it meant that he was going to digivolve to Sukamon on the next hour, and but before that hour passed, I intentionally got Gabumon defeated by Agumon for a 3rd time, resulting in me running out of lives, and I was then given a Digi-Egg which a baby Digimon hatched from, and then the baby Digimon immediately digivolved to Sukamon, and that was where the challenge had started. Up to that point, I didn't have a single prosperity point, I hadn't even recruited Ogremon, and then while practicing the Sukamon solo, there must have come a point in which I praised or scolded Sukamon, and then like my character went motionless, like your character does when your Digimon is either about to digivolve or about to fade away. And at first I thought that I was going to fade away, but then I saw the symbol signalling a digivolution, and then I thought that I was digivolving to Etemon, because Etemon is the only Digimon that Sukamon can naturally digivolve to. But then I ended up digivolving to Devimon. Okay, we're fading away. And I was really bemused by that. What's more interesting is that when I did digivolve to the Devimon, my stats, instead of going up, actually went down. When you digivolve from a champion to an ultimate, your stats are meant to go up. But when I digivolved from Sukamon to Devimon, my stats actually went down. And there has also been a time when I had Sukamon as my Digimon, and I digivolved to Etemon, and again my stats ended up going down instead of going up. In this challenge, when I digivolved from Sukamon to Etemon, my stats went up. But I can think of at least one occasion where I had Sukamon as my Digimon, I digivolved to Etemon, and my stats went down. And I can also think of at least one occasion where I had the same scenario, but with Sukamon digivolving to Devimon. And well, when it happened involving Devimon, I thought that digivolving to Devimon naturally resulted in you losing stats, but there have been other times when I've had like normal Digimon digivolve to Devimon, and my stats have ended up going up. And I did read somewhere that when you do have Sukamon as your Digimon, and you do end up digivolving either to Etamon or Vedamon, apparently what happens to your stats can be misleading. I think it's got something to do with how good your stats are when you begin with Sukamon. When you digivolve from a Digimon to Sukamon, I think that how good your stats are, when you have Sukamon as your Digimon, I think that can influence how good your stats are when you digivolve from Sukamon to either Etamon or Vedamon. Like, if you have Sukamon, if you start off with Sukamon and you have dreadful stats, and then you give him a load of item chips and get fantastic stats, and then digivolve, then I think your stats go down. Whereas if you start off with Sukamon with better stats, and your stats don't go up that much, then I think that results in your stats improving when you digivolve. And well, in the Sukamon solo practice that I was telling you about, I had a baby Digimon hatch from an egg and then immediately digivolved to Sukamon, so you can imagine how terrible my stats would have been, and I'm sure it's no surprise that if what I was saying was true, if my understanding was true, then I really don't think it's any surprise that digivolving had a negative effect on my stats rather than a positive effect on my stats. I wouldn't like to comment on what happens to your stats if you naturally digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon, because that's something that I don't think I've ever done before. I don't think I've ever naturally digivolved from Numamon to Muncymon. I think I've only ever done the special digivolution by using the costume in Toy Town, but considering that digivolving to Numamon results in you getting a stat decrease, not as much of a stat decrease as Sukamon. When you digivolve to Sukamon, your stats go down by 50%. When you digivolve to Numamon, your stats go down by 20%. But I am still intrigued as to, what would happen to your stats if you were to naturally digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon, something I don't think I've ever done before. I have naturally digivolved from Nanimon to Digitamamon before, and I think my stats went up. And obviously in this challenge you saw me naturally digivolve from Sukamon to Etamon, and in that instance my stats went up, but there have been other times when my stats have gone down as a result of having SkullGreymon Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. In fact, when I Digivolved to Etamon in this challenge, I think that's the first time that my stats have ever gone up as a result of a SkullGreymon digivolution. I think all the other times, however many times it was, I think that my stats only went down when digivolving from SkullGreymon to either Etamon or Vedamon. I was explaining, some time back that, okay, we're digivolving, that, it is really hard for filth Digimon to naturally digivolve to their ultimate forms, especially during the earlier stages of the game. Patamon is my rookie Digimon, because during the earlier stages of the game it would be very hard to fulfill the bonus condition that's needed in order for the filth Digimon to digivolve, unless you've completed most of the game and learned most of the techniques to the extent where you have a minimum of 49 techniques, so that you would at least have the bonus condition, and then also have the ability to do more advanced training, have all of the possible gym upgrades, have the training manual, have super carrots, hawk radishes, the restaurant, etc, etc, so that you can get the stat requirement. Make sure you completely avoid care mistakes, and try to get the necessary weight, or at least try to do 3 of those things, because you have to do 3 of those things in order to digivolve. But during the early stages of the game, you wouldn't have the bonus condition unless you were to win an awful lot of battles. It would be very hard to get the stat requirement due to how ineffective your training would be. And yes, you would be in a position where you wouldn't be able to afford a single care mistake, and then there would be the weight requirement as well. Anyway, focusing on this lifespan, I have Patamon as my rookie Digimon, who can digivolve to MetalGreymon, who I've already had, and MetalGreymon can only digivolve to MetalGreymon, who I've already had. Patamon can also digivolve to Tyrannomon, who I've already had, who can digivolve to MetalGreymon and Megadramon, who I've already had. Patamon can also digivolve to Ogremon, who can digivolve to Airdramon, who I have had, and Greymon, who I haven't had and do still need. Patamon can digivolve to Leomon, who I haven't yet had, and he can digivolve to Andromon and Mumemon, two ultimate Digimon that I have already had. Patamon can also digivolve to Angemon, who I've already had. Angemon can digivolve to Andromon, who I've already had, and can digivolve to Phoenixmon, who is useless. I think that just leaves Unimon, Jamoljamon, Tyrannomon, Ogremon, Leomon, Angemon, Unimon. Okay, yeah, Patamon can also digivolve to Unimon, who I've not had before, who can digivolve to Phoenixmon, who is useless, and Greymon, who I've not had before. And like I said a few moments ago, Greymon is a Digimon who I do still need. So when it comes to digivolve into Greymon, it looks like the most sensible option would be to digivolve to Greymon from Unimon, because that way I would get a new champion Digimon as well as a new ultimate Digimon. So going back over the Digivolutions, Jamoljamon is useless, Tyrannomon is useless, Ogremon I suppose is useless because despite the fact that he can digivolve to Greymon, I can also get Greymon from Unimon, and Unimon is a Digimon who I haven't yet had, whereas Ogremon is a Digimon who I have already had. Leomon is useful because he is a champion who I haven't yet had, despite the fact that he can't digivolve to an ultimate who I haven't yet had. Angemon is useless, and then Unimon is useful because Unimon himself is useful and he can digivolve to Greymon, who is useful. But let's go over the Digivolution requirements, starting with the useless Digimon, in other words the Digimon that I want to avoid. Jamoljamon, the stat requirement is 100 attack. I am fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I'm not currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm not currently fulfilling that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%. I am fulfilling the bonus condition for Jamoljamon because of both the techniques and the happiness. But the bonus condition combined with the stat requirement is only 2 of the requirements. And if I can keep my care mistakes under 3 and keep my weight under 35, then I won't need to worry about Dramon. Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I don't think I'm fulfilling that. I'm sure not long ago I saw my HP and it was under 1000. Yes, it is. And I was hoping to check my defense there as well, but I didn't get to see it in time. But I definitely don't have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon, because I'm either missing out on the HP or missing out on the HP and the defense. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I am currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I'm currently not fulfilling that. And what is our defense? Is it under 100? Yes, it is. Okay, so we have neither of Tyrannomon's necessary stats. And the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have a maximum of 5 battles. We are fulfilling the bonus condition due to both the techniques and the battles, but that's only 2 requirements, the bonus condition and the care mistakes. As long as I keep my weight outside of the range of 25 to 35, and as long as my HP doesn't reach 1000 and my defense doesn't reach 100, then I'll only have 2 of the requirements for Tyrannomon. But I would like to clarify that it's okay to get my HP up. Well, regarding Tyrannomon and the stat requirements for him, it's okay to get my HP up to 1000 if my defense stays under 100, and it's okay to get my defense up to 100 if my HP stays under 1000, but I can't get my HP up to 1000 and get my defense up to 100, because then I will have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. Ogremon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I have the attack but not the HP, therefore I don't have the stat requirement for Ogremon. The care mistake requirement, minimum of 5. I'm not currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. I'm not currently fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. I don't have the bonus condition for Ogremon either. At the moment, I don't have any of the requirements for Ogremon. So, you know, out of those 4 requirements that I read out, I would need to go from not fulfilling any of them to fulfilling 3 of them in order to have any risk of digivolving to Ogremon. Angemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. My brains is there, but my MP is not, meaning that I don't have the stat requirement for Angemon. The care mistake requirement for Angemon is a maximum of 0, which I think I am currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, which I think I'm currently fulfilling. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is to have Patamon as your Digimon. So that is 3 of the requirements for Angemon. Care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. And I know it might make sense to try and lose the weight requirement or the care mistake requirement, but it's not as straightforward as that, and the reason why it's not as straightforward as that is because of the Digimon that I am aiming for. So I mentioned Ogremon, Tyrannomon, Ogremon and Angemon, the Digimon that I'm not aiming for. And then if I move on to the Digimon who could be useful, Unimon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 speed. I'm not fulfilling that, not currently. I have the speed but not the HP. The weight requirement is a maximum of 3. I am fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I'm not currently fulfilling that. And the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. I'm not fulfilling the bonus condition either. And the fact that I'm only fulfilling one of the requirements, okay, we're digivolving. The fact that I'm only fulfilling one of the requirements this late on, and the fact that I'm still only fulfilling one of the requirements while digivolving has probably revealed that I'm not aiming for Unimon but Leomon, and there it is. Leomon is my Digimon. The stat requirement was 100 attack, 100 speed and 100 defense, which I did fulfill. The care mistake requirement was a maximum of 1, which I did fulfill. The weight requirement was 15 to 25, which I did fulfill. And then the bonus condition, there were 2 elements to it, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. I've sort of lost track with how many techniques I have, but I'm sure it's not 35. I think it's somewhere lower into the 30s, like 31 or 32. So I was confident that I didn't have the bonus condition as far as techniques were concerned, and I didn't fancy the idea of having to get into 10 battles, so I ignored the bonus condition and pursued the stat requirement, the care mistake requirement, and the weight requirement. And I know that I had 3 of the requirements for both. I know that I had 3 of the requirements for Angemon as well as Leomon. And I said that I wouldn't try and lose a requirement for Angemon by changing my Digimon's weight, because the weight requirement for Angemon was the same as the weight requirement for Leomon, and I needed to fulfill the weight requirement for Leomon, which meant also fulfilling the weight requirement for Angemon. Not only that, but I also said that I didn't really want to affect Angemon. I didn't really want to affect care mistakes either. Angemon's care mistake requirement was a maximum of 0, and Leomon's wasn't much better. It was only a maximum of 1, and so I didn't want to sort of try and sabotage the care mistake requirement for Angemon and also sabotage it for Leomon, and then end up failing to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Leomon. So I was left fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Angemon and Leomon, and Leomon was the Digimon that I wanted to Digivolve to. And I looked at the stats that were relevant for both Digimon, and one stat that Leomon and Angemon had in common was brains. Brains is a relevant stat for both Leomon and Angemon, but Leomon's other relevant stats were speed and attack, whereas Angemon's other relevant stat was MP. So I made sure that attack and speed were far superior to MP, in the hope that that would give Leomon the relevant, give Leomon the advantage when it comes to the relevant stat average. And I did Digivolve to Leomon, so, you know, all appears to be good. Looks like Machinedramon has returned. Can't say I have any desire to battle him again, though. But yeah, there was no point in me trying to gain a relevant stat average for Leomon by getting brains really high, because brains was also relevant for Angemon. So getting brains higher would have been helping Angemon's stat average, as well as, well, Angemon's relevant stat average as well as Leomon's relevant stat average. But by training speed and attack, I was helping Leomon's relevant stat average without helping Angemon's relevant stat average. And to help myself further, I also tried to keep my MP down, because MP was, you know, a relevant stat for Angemon, and therefore I wanted to keep it low to try and ensure that it was Leomon who had the better, you know, relevant stat average, so that I would digivolve to Leomon instead of Angemon, because if you had taken, when Patamon was digivolving, if you took, you know, my brains and added it to my speed and added it to my attack and divided it by 3, which would have been the right number to divide by, because there were 3 separate stats in total, then I'm sure that the average that I would have ended up with would have been better than if you had if you had added the brains to the MP and divided by 2. 2 would have been the right number to divide by, because there were only 2 stats involved in Angemon's case, but I'm confident that the average that you would have ended up with would have been lower, and, you know, the fact that I digivolved to Leomon is a strong indication of this. I did go to the Gear Savannah and recruit Leomon, and when speaking to him there was one bit of text that I had to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. I had the same problem with Meteormon in the Dino region, as well as Devimon at Greylord's Mansion and Mount Infinity, and the other place where I had the problem was with Leomon in Gear Savannah. But like with the previous 3 occasions, even though I went through a certain bit of text slowly, I edited the video by speeding it up, making it very brief for you viewers. We are now up to 89 prosperity points, and we are in another position where I will need to at times force feed Leomon in order to stop him from digivolving, because Leomon can digivolve to Airdramon and Mummemon, and there's no risk of me digivolving to Airdramon because the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, which we've gone well over, and the weight requirement is 35 to 45, which we are well under, which means that we can't fulfill 3 of the requirements for Airdramon. But if I go on to Mummemon, then things are different, because the care mistake requirement for Mummemon is a minimum of 15, which if we are not currently fulfilling, then we will be fulfilling it very shortly. The weight requirement is 0 to 10. If we are not currently fulfilling that, then we will be fulfilling it very shortly. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. Yeah, this is actually where I start to force feed Leomon. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 90%, which is no threat to us whatsoever. but the other bonus condition is to have a minimum of 25 techniques, which we are fulfilling, which meant that when we slept and woke up, I was fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Mummemon: the care mistakes, the weight, and the bonus condition. So I'm force-feeding Leomon to bring his weight up so that it's no longer within the range. Okay, it's gone up to 25. It's no longer within the necessary range for Mummemon. And also we are not fulfilling the stat requirement for either Mummemon or Andromon, because you require a minimum of 300 defense for Mummemon and a minimum of 400 defense for Andromon. So even with the care mistakes and the bonus condition, by keeping my weight above 10 and keeping my defense under 300, I won't digivolve to Mummemon. In fact, we are now fading away. And as for Andromon, even if I had fed Leomon to the point where I had the weight for Andromon, digivolving to him also wouldn't have been a problem, because I wouldn't have had the care mistake requirement, and I wouldn't have had the stat requirement, because 400 defense is part of the stat requirement for Andromon. So I was able to prevent myself from fulfilling 3 of the requirements in order for Leomon to digivolve, which is a good thing, because if Leomon did digivolve, then I would have gotten a life extension, and then I would have ended up having to do even more grinding before fading away. But by preventing the digivolution, I was able to fade away more quickly, which I was very pleased about. And yes, this time I have chosen the blue egg, and I can tell you I'm not going to be digivolving to Kunamon. It's going to be one of the natural rookies. I don't know if Kunamon has any further use. He can digivolve to Barkamon, who can digivolve to Guromon, but we can also digivolve to Guromon from Unimon, and that would make more sense. Kunamon can digivolve to Carboterimon, who can digivolve to Hercules Carboterimon or Metal Mummemon, or useless there. Kunamon can digivolve to Kawagamon, who can digivolve to Hercules Carboterimon or Piximon, or useless there. Kunamon can digivolve to Vegemon, who can digivolve to Piximon, or useless there. Penguinmon can digivolve to Waymon, who can digivolve to Megadramon or Mumemon, or useless there. Penguinmon can digivolve to Xiaomon, who can digivolve to Hercules Carboterimon or Megadramon, or useless there. Penguinmon can digivolve to Garulamon, who can digivolve to SkullGreymon or Megadramon, all useless there. Penguinmon can digivolve to Frigimon, who can digivolve to MetalMumemon or Mumemon, all useless there. Penguinmon can digivolve to Molgemon, who can digivolve to SkullGreymon or Mumemon, all useless there. And when you account for that, surely Alepmon has to be the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for. He can digivolve to Leomon, who we just had, who can digivolve to Andromon or Mumemon, all useless there. Alepmon can digivolve to Angemon, who can digivolve to Andromon or Phoenixmon, all useless there. Alepmon can digivolve to Barkamon, who can digivolve to Guromon. We've already been through this, there's no point, well, there's less point in digivolving to Barkamon and then digivolving to Guromon than digivolving to Unimon and then digivolving to Guromon, because that way, you know, we haven't had Unimon yet, and Unimon can digivolve to Guromon, who we haven't had yet. We could, you know, digivolve to a champion Digimon that we've already had and digivolve to Guromon, but there would be less point in doing that. There would be less logic in that. The other Digimon that Alepmon can digivolve to is Kokatorimon. Kokatorimon can digivolve to Phoenixmon and Piximon, both of whom are useless. However, Kokatorimon is a Digimon who we haven't had yet, which means that if we digivolve to Alepmon and then digivolve to Kokatorimon, then we will be making progress, because we would then digivolve to a champion Digimon who we've not had before, and we can then go to the Misty Trees and defeat Kokatorimon and get him added to the city as well. And am I right in thinking that we've got 89 prosperity points? That Kokatorimon would make it 91, Unimon would make it 93, Guromon would make it 96, Nanimon would make it 97, Digitamamon would make it 100. That sounds right to me. After recruiting Leomon, that did result in Nanimon spawning at the Leomon's ancestor's cave, but I didn't go there to speak to him because I will have to do that when I've got Nanimon as my Digimon. We've already encountered Nanimon at his 4 other locations. If we were to encounter Nanimon at Leomon's ancestor's cave, then that would mean encountering him for the 5th and final time, which would result in him joining the city, and therefore speaking to Nanimon at Leomon's ancestor's cave, thus recruiting Nanimon, has to be done when we have Nanimon as our own Digimon, so it's not something that can be seen to yet. Alepmon is our Digimon, and well, I think I've already told you that Kokotorimon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. I mean, we are at the tail end of this challenge. We have digivolved to most Digimon. There are only a handful of remaining Digimon that we can digivolve to, so when I have a rookie Digimon and I read out the champion Digimon that it can digivolve to, and when I have a champion Digimon and I read out the ultimate Digimon that it can digivolve to, I think that there are cases whereby the process of elimination you can work out which Digimon it is that I'm going to be digivolving to, because you can work out which out of the available Digimon I haven't yet had. Anyways, the requirements for Kokotorimon, the stat requirement is just 1000 HP, which we are not currently fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, which we are not currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which we are not currently fulfilling. And the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have Biomon as your Digimon, or have a minimum of 28 techniques. The techniques means that the bonus condition is a guarantee, but at the moment that's the only requirement that we are fulfilling for Kokotorimon, and we would need to fulfill 2 of the other 3 requirements. So when it comes to getting HP up to 1000, or getting care mistakes up to a minimum of 3, or getting weight up to the range of 25 to 35, I am going to have to do 2 of those 3 things. But at the moment, attack seems to be my priority. But I think we've just reached 2 care mistakes. So I think that's the first time that I haven't fed Alepmon. unless I've done it more than once and overlooked it. If I look at the other Digimon, because, you know, I want to be failing to fulfill enough of the requirements in order to be able to digivolve to any of the other Digimon. Leomon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 speed and 100 brains. We are not currently fulfilling that, because even though we do have the attack and the speed, we don't have the brains, and if we keep brains under 100 then we won't have the stat requirement for Leomon. The care mistake requirement for Leomon is a maximum of 1. That we definitely won't fulfill, because we've already had 2 care mistakes, or at least 2 that I've noticed from playing this back. So the care mistake requirement is out of the question. The weight requirement for Leomon is 15 to 25. I think we are currently under that, because it wasn't that long ago. I think my weight was only 8. But in the case of Leomon, I'm not sure it's going to be a problem, because the bonus condition for Leomon is to either have a minimum of 35 techniques or to have a minimum of 10 battles. We are not going to be successful with the bonus condition for Leomon, nor are we going to be successful with the care mistake requirement for Leomon, making stats and weight irrelevant in Leomon's case. Angemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. I know I'm not fulfilling that, not at the moment, because I know that my brains is under 100 and my MP is also under 1000. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 0. We are not going to fulfill that, because we've already gone above 0. The weight requirement, 15 to 25. I'm not entirely sure where our weight is at the moment. But again, we don't need to worry, because the bonus condition for Angemon is to either have a minimum of 35 techniques or to have Patamon as your Digimon. We definitely are not going to succeed with the bonus condition, and we are definitely not going to succeed with the care mistake requirement. Then we move on to Barkamon, where the stat requirement is just 1000 MP, which we are not currently fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, and I'm not actually sure about that. I'm not sure if I've had 2 care mistakes or 4 care mistakes. I'm not sure. Like, like, while, you know, checking the Digivolution guide and watching the video back, I did definitely see myself not feed a Lepmon once while training, which would have counted as 2 care mistakes. And I'm not sure if I did it twice, and in which case it would be 4 care mistakes. So I'm not actually sure about the care mistake requirement for Barkamon. And while I was looking at the guide, I also missed my weight when I checked my status. But I can clarify I definitely don't have the stat requirement for Barkamon at the moment, and I definitely do have the bonus condition for Barkamon at the moment. There's 2 elements, either a minimum of 28 techniques, or for your happiness to be at a minimum of 50%. Okay, our weight is 13, so we are not fulfilling the weight requirement for Barkamon, not currently, and we're not fulfilling the stat requirement for Barkamon either. I'm not sure about the care mistake requirement, but I know for certain that the bonus condition for Barkamon is being fulfilled. And then going back to Ogremon, well, I do now have the stat requirement, 1000 HP, and the bonus condition I always had, and then that leaves the care mistake requirement, which is a minimum of 3, and the weight requirement, which is 25 to 35. I have to be honest, you know, talking now, talking now after already doing this challenge, you know, adding this commentary as post-commentary, and you know, having to like check the digivolution guide in order to be able to, you know, provide you with information that you might find enlightening, you know, distracting myself from the video by, you know, checking the Digivolution guide and other stuff. You know, I haven't been able to, you know, witness every nook and cranny that's happened within the video, so I'm not actually sure where I am with the Digivolution requirements, but when I was playing the game, I was sure. When I was playing the game, I was fully focused. I knew what the requirements were. I knew what I needed to do. So, you know, I knew how many care mistakes I had had. I knew where my weight was. I knew what my stats were looking like. I knew what bonus conditions I was fulfilling. So, you know, even though from watching the video back and add in post commentary, even though, you know, I'm not 100% sure. You know, I was a lot more confident at the time of when I was playing the game. Well, the fact that I gave a super carrot to a Lepmon makes me think that my intention was to keep my weight under 15 so that I wouldn't have the weight requirement for Barkamon. And to also keep my MP under 1,000 so that I wouldn't have the stat requirement for Barkamon. And if I am to keep my weight under 15, then that would mean not having the weight requirement for Kokatorimon, which surely means that I must have had a minimum of 3 care mistakes. Or if I haven't already, then I will do soon. Because not having the care mistake requirement for Kokatorimon equals needing to have all 3 of the other requirements: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. It looks like my tactic of avoiding Barkamon was to keep weight under 15 and MP under 1,000. Keeping weight under 15 also meant not fulfilling the weight requirement for Leomon, and we don't have the care mistake requirement for him either, or the bonus condition, or the stat requirement. Okay, we are digivolving, and it surely is going to be Kokatorimon. By keeping my weight under 15, I also didn't have the weight requirement for Angemon, along with also not having the care mistake requirement, or the stat requirement, or the bonus condition. And yes, Kokatorimon is my Digimon. And, well, to repeat myself, the requirements for Kokatorimon were 1,000 HP, a minimum of 3 care mistakes, weight between 25 to 35, and either a minimum of 28 techniques or Biomon as your Digimon. So, you know, I must have had the necessary number of care mistakes. I obviously just either overlooked it, or forgot about it, or just didn't notice it because I was, you know, maybe partially focused on the digivolution guide. But we don't need to worry, because Kokatorimon is our Digimon. We've equipped Megalospark as our technique. We are going to continue to train Kokatorimon, and The sweat bubble is kicked in, but I'm continuing to train him anyway, because once we recruit Cockatorimon, our Cockatorimon will have no more usefulness, and I will just want him to fade away. So, you know, I've got no problem with seeing the sweat bubble and seeing our happiness and discipline crash and our lifespan go down, or rather expected lifespan go down. See our life expectancy go down, whatever you want to call it. You know, I've really got no begrudge. And it's only 1 AM. Okay, the Cockatorimon in the Misty Trees is not available yet. It's only 1 AM, we have to give it another 3 hours until he will first be available. But as I was saying, we've got Megalospark equipped as our technique. We've got almost 500 attack, we've got over 300 speed. I don't think our HP is much under 5,000. Our MP isn't great, but it will do. We've got MP recovery items. Our defense and brains I don't think is very good either. But as long as we've got enough brains for the attack command, then we should be able to attack fairly quickly and consistently. And you know, the HP that we've got should more than keep us safe, even if we do have really bad defense. How could we? We just killed the main character from Chicken Run. I am utterly ashamed. I am riddled with guilt. I do not know how I am going to be able to live with myself. But hey, moving on, we now have 93 prosperity points, I believe. Wait, or is it 91? If it's 91, then Unimon would make it 93, Guromon would make it 96, Nanimon would make it 97, Digitalmamon would make it 100. Okay, I think that we are now up to 91 prosperity points, and I think that this challenge can be finished with just 2 more lifespans. I think that if we have one lifespan where we digivolve to Unimon and recruit Unimon, then that will bring us up to 93 prosperity points. If we have, and then if we digivolve to Greymon from Unimon, then and recruit Greymon, then that will put us up to 96 prosperity points. And then in the next lifespan, if we digivolve to Nanimon and recruit Nanimon, that will put us up to 97 prosperity points. And if we then digivolve to Digitalmamon and recruit Digitalmamon, then that will put us up to 100 prosperity points. And well, digivolving to Unimon and then to Greymon will be natural digivolutions and shouldn't be too difficult. Digivolving to Nanimon will require a special digivolution, and digivolving from Nanimon to Digitalmamon the natural way would be extremely difficult. Okay, it is 91 prosperity points. Well, maybe not extremely difficult, but it would certainly be time consuming and frustrating. But thankfully we have a Misty Egg in our item bank, which would enable us to digivolve from Nanimon to Digitalmamon the easy way. And we might not have great stats, but we do have tons of item chips in the item bank, which will which should be enough in order to completely transform our stats and make us a lot tougher. Once again, I am now just waiting for my Digimon to fade away, and once again there is a Digivolution that I need to be cautious of. There are two possible Digivolutions, Phoenixmon and Pixiemon. I'll begin with the one that's not a problem. Phoenixmon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. We are going to have an awful lot more care mistakes than that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. Our weight is going to be an awful lot lower than that. There's 3 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 40 techniques, which we do not fulfill. Our number of techniques is somewhere in the low 30s. Another one of the bonus conditions is to have a maximum of 0 battles. We are not going to fulfill that because we defeated Kokatorimon with Kokatorimon and have therefore had a battle with Kokatorimon. The other bonus condition is for your discipline to be at 100%, at the moment our discipline is in the negative, and it's only going to get lower due to how much of a bad tamer we are being. Also, the stat requirements for Phoenixmon are 4000 HP, 4000 MP, 400 speed and 600 brains. Our HP might be there, our speed might be there, but our MP and brains are well off, which I suppose means that at the moment we are fulfilling none of the requirements for Phoenixmon. But if I move on to Pixiemon, who I am worried about, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15. We are definitely going to fulfill that. The weight requirement is 0 to 10. We are definitely going to fulfill that. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is for happiness to be at a minimum of 95%, which we definitely are not going to fulfill. But the other element of the bonus condition is to have a minimum of 25 techniques, which is a guarantee. So if we keep going how we're going, then we are going to end up digivolving to Pixiemon as a result of care mistakes and weight and bonus condition. The bonus condition can't be avoided. The care mistakes, I just want to have as many as possible to shorten Cockatorimon's lifespan, try and have him fade away as quickly as possible. What we need to do in order to avoid Pixiemon is when we reach the point in which we've had Cockatorimon for about 6 days, which I'm guessing is now, since we are doing what I was about to say. I was about to say that when we get to the point where we've had Cockatorimon for about 6 days, we should then force feed him, put in his weight above 10, so that we no longer have the weight requirement for Pixiemon, and instead we just have the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition. I can confirm that we also don't have the stat requirement for Pixiemon, because part of the stat requirement is 400 brains, which we are nowhere near. So if we keep weight above 10 and keep brains under 100, then we won't need to worry about digivolving to Pixiemon. As for Phoenixmon, at the moment I don't think we could digivolve to Phoenixmon even if we tried to, because we've gone well above the care mistakes. We are not there, we are not currently there with the stats. Okay, we're fading away. We weren't there with the stats for Phoenixmon, or the bonus condition for Phoenixmon, or the weight for Phoenixmon. this is the lifespan where I aim to digivolve to Unimon. I believe that Unimon and Nanimon are the only two champion Digimon that I now haven't digivolved to. I think that Unimon and Nanimon are the only two remaining Digimon in this challenge who I haven't yet digivolved to, and I think that Greymon and Digitamamon are the only two remaining Ultimate Digimon who I haven't yet digivolved to. Because I'm sure Digimon said we have 91 prosperity points. If we focus on the champions, then Unimon would make it 93, Nanimon would make it 94, and then if we focus on the ultimates, Greymon would make it 97, Digitamamon would make it 100. So yes, it looks like that there are just two more champion Digimon left to digivolve to, and two more ultimate Digimon left to digivolve to, totaling to 4 Digimon. You know, 2 champions, 2 ultimates. I know that there are 3 other ultimates that I haven't digivolved to: Phoenixmon, Hercules, Carbuterimon, and Megadramon, but they've been useless from the very start of this challenge and throughout. Yeah, when it comes to the Digimon that can be recruited, there are only 4 Digimon left, 2 champions and 2 ultimates, and that means that in order to be able to recruit those Digimon, there are only 4 more Digimon that I need to digivolve to: 2 champions and 2 ultimates. Unimon, Greymon, Nanimon, and Digitamamon. And I list them in that order because that is the order that I plan to digivolve to those Digimon in. And, well, conveniently, Patamon and Biomon can both digivolve to Unimon. So when picking the yellow egg, putting special digivolutions aside, it was a guarantee that I was going to digivolve to a rookie Digimon who would be able to digivolve to Unimon. And digivolving to Unimon will mean being able to recruit Unimon, as well as being able to recruit Greymon, as well as being able to digivolve to Greymon and recruit him as well, which I think will bring us up to 96 prosperity points. all that would be left would be Nanimon and Digitamamon. But I started off by training my HP and then moved on to speed. HP, having HP as your superior stat results in you digivolving to Patamon. Having speed as your superior stat results in you digivolving to Biomon. So at the moment, my digivolution would be heading towards Patamon, but speed is catching up. But yeah, at the moment it's looking like Patamon is going to be the Digimon that I'll be digivolving to due to my superior HP. Okay, well, speed continued to catch up, but we are digivolving and speed is still inferior to HP. So I'm guessing that Patamon is the Digimon that we are going to be digivolving to. Yes, Patamon it is. And now I'm going to immediately go on to the digivolution requirements for Unimon. Well, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 speed, and that has probably helped you understand why I trained my HP and speed so much prior to digivolving to Patamon, because it meant that by the time I did digivolve to Patamon, I already had the stat requirements for Unimon, and currently they are far superior to all of the other stats. The weight requirement for Unimon is a maximum of 3, which means that we are currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement. The stat requirement is a guarantee. Yeah, we've already got it in the bag. The care mistake requirement we currently have, but in order to keep the care mistake requirement, we have to limit our care mistakes to a maximum of 3. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which we are currently not fulfilling. And the bonus condition is looking tricky. There's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. we are not fulfilling the bonus condition, along with not fulfilling the weight requirement, which means that despite fulfilling the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement, we are going to need one of the other requirements. We are going to need to either get our weight up to be within the range of 25 to 35, or we are going to need to win 10 battles. Personally, the thought of getting my weight up to 25 to 35 is more appealing, and I've just lost the opportunity to boost my weight by not feeding Patamon and getting 2 care mistakes out of it, which I can only assume that I've done to try and help with avoiding digivolving to a different Digimon. Because with Unimon we can have up to 3 care mistakes, which means that 2 is okay. I know Angemon, the care mistake requirement is 0, and Leomon, the care mistake requirement is 1. Maybe I, had decided to have 2 care mistakes to rule out the care mistake requirements for those Digimon. I'll be checking shortly. But just to repeat myself, we have the stat requirement for Unimon, 1000 HP and 100 speed. We have the care mistake requirement for Unimon. We have had 2 care mistakes, and we can have as many as 3. We are not fulfilling the weight requirement or the bonus condition. The bonus condition being a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. The weight requirement being 25 to 35. I think that getting the weight requirement will be easier. It will just require force feeding Patamon a bit. Well, probably. It will probably require force feeding him. DremoldRemon, the first 2 things that I've noticed about him is that the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, and the weight requirement is 35 to 45, which means that if we keep our care mistakes under 3 and keep our weight outside the range of 35 to 45, then there's no risk of us digivolving to DremoldRemon regardless of stats or bonus condition. But speaking of stats, the stat requirement for DremoldRemon is 100 attack, which we are currently not fulfilling. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is for happiness to be at at a minimum of 50%. It looks like we are fulfilling both elements of the bonus condition, but that's only one requirement. Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We do definitely have the HP, but I don't think we've got the defense. And in which case, if I'm right, then we don't have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, which we are currently fulfilling. I think we've had 2 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which we are not currently fulfilling, but I think we will need to fulfill it because Tyrannomon's weight requirement is the same as Unimon's weight requirement, and we need to be successful with Unimon's weight requirement, which will mean also being successful with Tyrannomon's weight requirement. As for Tyrannomon's bonus condition, one element of it is 28 techniques, the other is to have a minimum of 5 battles. We are successful with both of these elements, bringing it up to 3 requirements. Well, at the moment 2 requirements, care mistakes and bonus condition, but if I do boost my weight, which I'm sure I will, then it will be 3 of the requirements. But Tyrannomon's relevant stats are HP and defense, whereas Unimon's relevant stats are HP and speed. And our speed is far superior to our defense, which I think means that we would digivolve to Unimon instead of Tyrannomon, as a result of the relevant stat average. Because HP is relevant for them both, but then they have one other stat, a separate stat, speed for Unimon, defense for Tyrannomon, and our speed is much higher than our defense. So I think that we don't need to feel threatened by Tyrannomon. Ogremon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that, because I think our attack is under 100. Yes, it is. Our attack is, our HP is there, but our attack is not. So currently no stat requirement for Ogremon. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. We are not going to fulfill that because we are going to be keeping our care mistakes to a maximum of 3. And here I am force feeding Patamon to get his weight up to the range of 25 to 35, which conveniently is the weight requirement for Ogremon, which means that we are currently fulfilling the weight requirement for Ogremon, but the bonus condition is either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. We're not fulfilling the bonus condition, so we have just one of the requirements for Ogremon, that being his weight. Leomon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 speed and 100 brains. We've got the speed, but I don't think we've got the attack or the brains, meaning that we are not currently fulfilling the stat requirement for Leomon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I'm sure that I had 2 care mistakes, because I'm sure there was a time when I didn't feed Patamon while training, which means that we don't have the care mistake for Leomon either, and we're not going to have it because we've lost the possibility of fulfilling it. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. Well, if we well, we're aiming for our weight to be 25 to 35, which means that if it's bang on 25, then we will have the weight requirement for Leomon. And interestingly, if our weight is bang on 35, then we will have the weight requirement for Dramoldramon. So instead of aiming for our weight to be between 25 to 35, I think it would be better if our weight is within the range of 26 to 34. That way we will only fulfill the weight requirement for a Digimon if the weight requirement is 25 to 35. Currently we are not fulfilling the weight requirement for Leomon. Along with also not fulfilling the stat requirement or the care mistake requirement, and we don't have the bonus condition either, because that is either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. So we have none of the requirements for Leomon. That just leaves Angemon. Stat requirement 1000 MP and 100 brains. I don't think we have either of those stats, so I don't think we are currently fulfilling the stat requirement for Angemon. Care mistake requirement maximum of 0, we definitely won't fulfill that. Weight requirement 15 to 25, I've explained how to avoid that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or have Patamon as your Digimon. We do have the bonus condition for Angemon due to us having Patamon as our Digimon, but that's just one of the requirements. And oh, are we Digivolving? I was looking away and then I looked over and then thought to myself, oh, are we Digivolving? Well, that sounds like Unimon. And it is Unimon. And if I am remembering rightly about me deliberately getting 2 care mistakes by not feeding Patamon, then I'm really not sure why I did that. because it didn't help us in any sort of way from what I am able to tell. Well, putting that aside, the most important thing is that we have digivolved to the Digimon that I was aiming for, Unimon, and I think that I was going to say that I think that I owe that to how much speed I had, but in reality I think I owe it to the fact that I had 3 of the requirements for Unimon, and the fact that our speed was much superior to our defense. I think that's why we digivolved to Unimon instead of Tyrannomon. If our defense had been superior, then I think that we would have digivolved to Tyrannomon instead of Unimon. Well, all 4 of the item shop Digimon have been recruited, and I think we are now at 93 prosperity points. Yes, we are. Our focus now is on digivolving to Greymon. Unimon can digivolve to 2 different ultimate Digimon. One of them is Greymon and one of them is Phoenixmon. Greymon, the stat requirement is very lenient, just 400 attack, 300 speed and 400 brains. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15, which means that we are going to need to have a lot of care mistakes. Yeah, we are going to need to not feed Unimon a lot of times. The care mistake requirement is 0 to 10. The weight requirement, 0 to 10. Which again means that we are going to have to not feed Unimon quite a lot of times when trying to get the necessary number of care mistakes, as well as the necessary weight. If we were to reach the number of care mistakes while our weight is still too high, then we could continue to just not feed Unimon, or we could feed him super carrots instead. But considering we're going to need to have Unimon for a minimum of 6 days before he can digivolve, you know, I'm very sure that we will get our care mistakes high enough and we will get our weight low enough, granting the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. As for the bonus condition, there's 3 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques, which we don't, and we're not going to either, or have a minimum of 100 battles, which we most certainly don't, and most certainly not going to. The other is for happiness to be at a minimum of 95%. Our happiness is currently below 95%, and I think that it's going to go down lower as a result of us not feeding Unimon. Yeah, despite the fact that we're going to be taking Unimon to the toilet, I think that our happiness is going to go downwards because of the amount of happiness that we're going to be losing from not feeding Unimon, as well as, you know, the happiness that we're going to be losing from the care mistakes as well. So that means that either we could fulfill the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement, which should be easy enough, and then fulfill the stat requirement, which shouldn't be too difficult: 400 attack, 300 speed, 400 brains. We are already there with the speed, just leaving the attack and brains. Alternatively, we could dismiss the stats and focus on the bonus condition. I know I said that our happiness is probably going to be below 95%. But we can bring that back up by praising Unimon. Yeah, once 6 days or thereabouts have gone by, and we've got the care mistakes and the weight but don't have the stats, we can just praise Unimon until his happiness goes up to 95%, and then we've got the bonus condition on top of the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. Thank you very much. That will be 3 requirements sorted. Let's just check Phoenixmon, because we also want to know what we want to be avoiding. The care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, we have gone well over that. Weight requirement, 25 to 35. We are nowhere near that. You know, we are well under. Bonus condition, 3 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 40 techniques, which we haven't got, or have a maximum of 0 battles, which we are fulfilling, or have a maximum, or have your discipline at the very maximum, which we are not currently fulfilling. But it doesn't really matter, because the fact that we haven't had any battles means that we are fulfilling the bonus condition. And I don't really fancy the idea of getting into a battle and then ensuring that our discipline, and then, you know, taking measures to ensure that our discipline stays under 100, just to stop us from getting the bonus condition for Phoenixmon. And the reason why I say that is, well, firstly because we don't have the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement, making the other two conditions irrelevant, and also we don't have the stat requirement. The stat requirement is 4000 HP, 4000 MP, 400 speed and 600 brains. And I know for a fact that our brains is nowhere near 600. Which means that as long as we keep our brains under 600, we won't have the stat requirement for Phoenixmon. We've already flunked the care mistakes, and our weight is probably at 1, and it's probably going to be staying there. I don't really see any reason to feed our Digimon, at least not to the extent where we would be at risk of getting our weight up to the range of 25 to 35. The ultimate conclusion is that we don't have the stat requirements for Phoenixmon, nor do we have the care mistake requirements for Phoenixmon or the weight requirements for Phoenixmon. We do have the bonus condition, but that's all we have. And then as for Greymon, we don't have the stat requirement, and I'm not showing much sign of trying to pursue it. And that is because we can fulfill 3 of the requirements without the need of stats. Our care mistakes, you know, we must have reached the necessary number of care mistakes long ago. Our weight must have fallen low enough long ago, and we can very easily get our happiness up to a minimum of 95% just by praising Unimon. And then we have 3 of the requirements, making stats irrelevant. Unless I'm mistaken, we're not actually going to get into any battles in this lifespan, because we didn't need to get into any battles with Unimon in order to recruit Unimon. We just had to go to Mount Panorama, speak to him, aid him, and then he joined the city. And we also don't need to get into any battles in order to recruit Greymon. We just have to go to Factorial Town, approach Greymon, speak to him, and he'll then join the city afterwards. So it's not like we need stats. It's, you know, not like we have tough battles ahead of us, where you know, loads of stats are going to be needed. So for the time being, I'm simply passing the time by training HP, and if or when that gets to the maximum, I'll then probably train something else. I know I said about the potential dangers of finishing a lifespan with our tamer level at the maximum and one of our stats or multiple of our stats being at the very maximum, and at the moment it looks like I am going to be getting my HP up to the maximum, which is something that I advised against earlier in the challenge. But this time it's different because I already have the next lifespan planned. I already know what I plan to do, what egg I plan to pick, what Digimon I plan to digivolve to, how I plan to digivolve, and I can say with 100% confidence that if our stats are above certain amounts, so that we are fulfilling the stat requirements for certain Digimon, then that is not going to be any problem whatsoever. I have solutions in mind. I don't want to give too much away, but let's just say that there are going to be special digivolutions which are going to make natural digivolutions irrelevant, and there's also going to be a digivolution involving a digivolution item which is going to make natural digivolutions irrelevant. You know, the Digimon who I would be worried about regarding things like stats and care mistakes and bonus conditions and weight and all stuff like that, I'm not going to be worried about it because it's not going to get a chance to be a problem. The natural digivolutions are not going to get chance to take place because there's going to be different digivolutions beforehand, digivolutions that are going to be fixed. We're talking about special digivolutions, we're talking about digivolving via the use of a digivolution item, And so it's occurred to me that it would actually be best to just train as much as possible and try and get my stats as high as possible in this lifespan. I mean, just try and train as much as possible. My current focus has been on HP. Just try and get my stats as good as possible so that I will go into the next lifespan with the best possible stats, which will not hinder me in any sort of way when it comes to Digivolutions. Instead, it will help me with the battles that I have ahead of me, and as well as stats that are going to get passed through to the next lifespan. You have to remember there is also a massive stash of item chips in the item bank, which I am going to be put into very good use in our next lifespan. I have been saving them up for an occasion where they would seemingly be needed, seemingly be valuable, seemingly be important. And I'm sure that there have been times during this challenge in which I could have benefited from the use of some item chips, but I decided to put all of them into the item bank and reserve them for what is going to be the final battle of the game, the final recruitment of the game, the final battle of the challenge, the final recruitment of the challenge. Anyways, with our HP at the maximum, let's stop training HP and let's train attack instead. Just when my HP reached 9,999, I didn't actually move straight away. I stayed on the spot and trained HP a few more times. I don't know if that was just down to laziness. I didn't know if I just wanted to train until Unimon needed the toilet before making a move. I'm not sure. But we haven't returned to the HP. We can't go any further with HP. There's no logic in trying to train it any further, so attack is now my next focus. A percentage of my HP will get passed on to my next lifespan. A percentage of my HP will get passed on to the baby Digimon that hatches from the egg that I pick, a percentage of all of my stats is going to get passed on. The better the stats I finish with in this lifespan, the better the stats I begin with in the next lifespan. HP can't get any better. I think speed is the next highest after HP. Yes, it is. Although attack is catching up. MP, defense and brains are all very low. Much more so than the other stats. But my HP couldn't possibly be any better. My attack is, you know, becoming decent. My speed is pretty good. Yeah, it's all gonna get passed on to the next lifespan, and something else to remember is that when I digivolve to Greymon, I'm going to get a stat boost, and as a result of that, my stats are going to become even better. And then when Geuromon's usefulness is over, in other words, after I recruit Greymon, I'm then going to do what I always do and just train until Greymon fades away, and by then I'm going to have even better stats. So it's all looking good. You know, I'm hoping for this to be the second last lifespan of this challenge, and yeah, I'm hoping that the next lifespan is going to be the last, and I'm trying to prepare for it as much as possible. Try and make the best preparation by trying to give myself a head start with the stats that I'm going to have. There have been a few times when my discipline's gotten close to being at the maximum, so I've, you know, praised Unimon to boost my happiness a bit, at the expense of my discipline, of course. But from the looks of things, my discipline is slowly but surely going up. Mostly from using the toilet, I assume. And in which case I can afford to like toss in the occasional praise, which I have done while having Unimon as my Digimon. I can't imagine we are too much further away from being able to digivolve to Greymon. In other words, I can't imagine we are too much. I can't imagine that the evolution counter is too far away from 6 days. I suppose it's possible it might already be there. But while my happiness is where it is, Unimon is not going to be digivolving, regardless of whether or not it's been long enough. If I was to praise Unimon and get happiness up to the maximum or thereabouts, and Unimon still hasn't digivolved, then I will know that I haven't had Unimon for long enough in order for the digivolution to be possible. But the digivolution can't be too far away, I would think. Our attack has now overtaken our speed, and yeah, both stats are looking good, and at this rate it's possible that I could end this lifespan with HP, attack and speed all being at the maximum, 9,999 HP, 999 attack and speed, but it does depend on how I choose to train, and how long Greymon will live for, considering that I'm going to be a bad tamer to him. Well, a very bad tamer to him. A dreadful tamer to him. And I've also been a very bad tamer. Well, bad or very bad, I'm not sure which word to use. I don't know if I would say that I've been a bad tamer to Unimon or a very bad tamer to Unimon, but at the very least I've been a bad tamer to Unimon. I think this all impacts lifespan. Yeah, there is the question of, you know, am I going to try to maximize attack and speed as well as HP, and if I do attempt to do it, then, you know, will I live with will Greymon live for long enough before he fades away? Unimon's current age is 12, which strikes me as old enough in order to be able to digivolve. I have put happiness up to the maximum, but there still has been no digivolution as of yet. Until now. Our Digimon is Greymon. Looks like Greymon wants to sleep, which is fine with me. I want him to fade away as soon as possible, and time goes by more quickly when Digimon sleep as opposed to when they are awake. I mean, I know I've got to go to Factorial Town, but Goromon's not gonna fade away between now and then. He's got plenty of life left in him yet. I mean, his life expectancy will rapidly decrease when we get to the point where I'm just training and waiting for him to fade away. But one advantage is that I don't have to worry that when training and waiting for my Digimon to fade away, I don't have to worry about trying to prevent a digivolution. I don't have to worry about trying to stop my Digimon from digivolving to an ultimate, because my Digimon is already a fully digivolved Digimon. He already is an ultimate, so I can just train and keep training and keep training until he fades away. And sleep as well, I suppose. Greymon has recovered. Three more prosperity points. That must put us up to 96, I suppose, because I'm sure that it's just Nanimon and Digitamamon who we are now missing, and I know where both of them are located. Nanimon is at Leamon's ancestor's cave, and Digitamamon is in Mount Infinity, in the room that Machinedramon was in, the room where you battled Machinedramon. I'm just thinking ahead, thinking about the following lifespan, and it is possible that I might end up becoming sick for various reasons. So because of that, I purchased a medicine from Centarumon as a precaution. Looks like we're mostly topped up on items. I'm going into the item bank because, again, I'm thinking about the future. I'm thinking about my next lifespan and trying to make as many preparations as possible. I want all of the item chips in my inventory, plus the blue apples, the happy mushrooms, the chain melon, the misty egg. I don't think anything else is needed, although this isn't very neat because I've got item chips first, and then other items, then more item chips, then more other items. So I've got the Misty Egg, then my regular items, and then the item chips, and then the food items that affect happiness and discipline, or maybe it's just happiness. But the items I'm talking about are the happy mushrooms, the blue apples, the chain melon. 96 prosperity points. Yeah, I've got the Misty Egg sort of at the top of my inventory, and then below that some of my main items, regular items, then below that my item chips, then below that the food items such as happy mushrooms, blue apples, and a chain melon. You know, the food items that boost happiness and possibly have other benefits. I think happy mushrooms also reduce tiredness. I think chain melons also reduce tiredness, as well as prolonging your Digimon's lifespan by about a day. And then I think I've got my training manual at the very bottom, and then I've got some of my other main items, regular items, in the item bank. There's not currently room in my inventory, but there will be. They'll just have to stay in the item bank for now. So that's my attack at the maximum, as well as my HP. Now I'm moving on to speed. I already went a long way with speed from previously training speed earlier in the lifespan. Not to mention that the amount that my speed went up by just from training attack, because I did train a lot of attack. But the main objective is not to get my stats up to the maximum. The main objective is for Greymon to fade away. I mean, I've got very little doubt that I'll get my speed up to the maximum, but I can't imagine myself getting any of the other stats up to the maximum. Getting attack, defense and speed up to the maximum will, you know, help me a bit in the following lifespan. and I've now moved on to defense. But remember, it's ultimately about passing the time until Greymon fades away. I'm hoping that my next lifespan will be the last. There's certainly... It certainly has the potential to be the last, and I am expecting it to be the last. I am expecting to see to the remainder of this challenge in the next lifespan. Because I know what I need to do, and I know how to go about it, so I would be surprised if something somehow went wrong. Okay, our defense is up to 734, so it's going up by more than I was expecting it to. 782 now, not much drift of 800. I wasn't expecting my defense to get quite that high. It's you know, it's only like a bit over 200 away from the maximum. Now it's only a bit over 100 away from the maximum. Didn't reach the maximum though, because this is where Greymon fades away. And well, there's stuff to be done in this next lifespan. There are things that need to happen, and they need to happen in a certain order. Firstly, it doesn't matter which egg I pick, so the green egg is good enough for me. Bottomon is my current Digimon, but only will be for the matter of 6 hours. Now I'll give him a super carrot just to boost the training effects. I'm not going to do a great deal of training during this lifespan, but I will do a bit of training and it all adds up, so I gave Bottomon a super carrot with training attack as my intention, my priority. I mean, if I had wanted to train HP or defense or speed, then I would have used a hawk radish. But super carrots are what you use for MP, attack and brains, and attack was what I wanted to train, hence my choice of using a super carrot. I believe he will digivolve after this. as. Now, digivolving from Bottomon to Coromon is pretty much the least significant part of this lifespan, the least significant thing within this lifespan. This is where the more challenging stuff begins. Firstly, I will just train 3 times so that Coromon will need the toilet, which will seem simple enough. Now it's about 3 or 4 hours until Coromon needs to sleep. And instead of training, this is where I repeatedly praise and scold Coromon until his happiness and discipline falls to the bare minimum. There you are. Now I'm just going to completely neglect Coromon's needs and wait for Coromon to want to sleep, which is now. Now I'm going to go to Digimon's house and save. And if Coromon's happiness and discipline isn't already at the minimum, then it will be by the time that I get to Kunamon's bed, which is the place that I am heading for. When I was done praising and scolding, I think my discipline was at the minimum, whereas my happiness was about 1 millimeter away from being at the minimum. I think that training attack caused my happiness to fall to the minimum as well. Failing that, when a baby or in training Digimon wants to sleep, and you don't let them sleep, I think their happiness and discipline goes down very slightly, like every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes, something like that. And Coromon has, been wanting to sleep long enough for our happiness and discipline to both be at the absolute minimum, if they weren't already at the absolute minimum. Okay, I want to get a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible, so this is where I hope that Coromon will digivolve to Kunamon. Yes. Just come in here when you're in training Digimon wants to sleep for the first time, and sleep in here, and digivolving into Coromon, digivolving into Kunamon is a faster way of getting a rookie Digimon than digivolving naturally And seeing as Kunamon's happiness and discipline is at the very minimum, we have something to do. Scold him. And now he is Digivolve into Nanimon. Now, I don't want Nanimon's happiness being at the bare minimum, because that will result in the butterfly showing up. So this is where I use items which boost your Digimon's happiness and have other benefits as well. And these items can cause sickness, which is why I purchased a medicine from the Centaurumon at the Centaur Clinic, thinking that Nanimon might become sick while eating one of these items. Okay, looks like we got lucky. Looks like the medicine wasn't necessary, and well, seeing as our happiness is virtually at the maximum, there's no point using the other blue apple, we might as well save it. And now this is where I try and give all of my item chips to Nanimon, and I anticipate, particularly to begin with, that he will refuse a lot of the items that I will offer him, which will give me the right to produce a justifiable scold, which will result in his discipline going back up. So after using food items to put his happiness back up close to the maximum, I'm now giving him item chips to boost his stats, but at the same time I am wanting him to refuse them so that I can scold him and get his discipline up as well. Try and get it as full as possible. Preferably get it near the maximum, or at the very least get it into the positive. It is now in the positive, and the higher my Digimon's discipline becomes, the more likely he is to take items, the less likely he is to refuse items, which gives me less opportunities to produce justifiable scolds. So it does mean that the higher his discipline becomes, the harder it will be to make his discipline go any higher. But our discipline is now a long way into the positive. I would say that our happiness is virtually 100%. I'd say our discipline is about 50%. And all of these item chips are to be used to help with the battle against Digitarmamon. That's what the plan is. is to give Nanimon all of these item chips, making his stats better, then go to the drill tunnel, go to Leomon's ancestor's cave, speak to Nanimon and recruit him. He will also drop the other key accessory, which will enable you to carry 30 items instead of 20. And with Nanimon recruited, I will have no further use for Nanimon, and I will then give Nanimon the Misty Egg, making him digivolve to Digitamamon, and then I will go to Mount Infinity to have my final battle of this challenge, which will be against Digitamamon, and it will also be my final recruit of the challenge. And even though the item chips are being given to Nanimon, really it's Digitamamon who's going to be benefiting from them, because he's the one who's going to be fighting. I can't think of any battle that I need to get into with Nanimon as my Digimon. Okay, our happiness and discipline are now both virtually 100%. So after needing to get my happiness and discipline down to the minimum in order to be able to digivolve to Nanimon, I've now been able to get my happiness and discipline back up as a result of happiness boosting items, as well as justifiable scolds from Nanimon refusing to take item chips. I wanted to digivolve to Nanimon as quickly as possible. That's why I chose to digivolve to Kunamon. That way I could get a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible, and I made sure that my happiness and discipline were both at the minimum, so that after digivolving to Kunamon, I could then scold him and immediately digivolve to Nanimon. So here I am now with a champion Digimon, and it's taken barely any time at all to get to this point. I had a baby Digimon for 6 hours. I then had an in-training Digimon for however many hours, slept here for a few hours, digivolved, well, after waking up, immediately digivolved to Kunamon, and then after digivolving, scolding Kunamon and immediately digivolving to Nanimon, and the digivolution from Nanimon to Digitamamon isn't too far away either, because I have got Digitamamon's digivolution item in my inventory. All I have to do is offer it to Nanimon, and he will take it, and then he will digivolve to Digitamamon. Believe me, digivolving from Nanimon to Digitamamon the natural way is very hard work, so be grateful that there is such a thing as a Misty Egg, which enables you to digivolve to Digitamamon from any champion Digimon. And also be grateful that there's a gold banana that enables you to digivolve to Etamon from any Digimon, and the fact that there's Muntzimon's costume in Toy Town that enables you to digivolve to Muntzimon from Numamon, because the three filth digivolutions, digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon, and digivolving from Numamon to Muntzimon, and digivolving from Nanimon to Digitamamon, when done naturally, they are the hardest, well, not necessarily the hardest, but they are among the hardest digivolutions in the game, if not the hardest. They are either the hardest digivolutions, or at least among the hardest. You know, digivolve into Etamon naturally, digivolve into Muntzimon naturally, digivolve into Digitamamon naturally. You know, they are easily the three hardest digivolutions in the game, which is why it's a relief that in each case you've got an easy way of digivolving to Etamon via the use of the gold banana, an easy way of digivolving to Digitamamon via the use of the Misty Egg, and an easy way of digivolving to Muntzimon by simply going to Toy Town with Numamon as your Digimon and using the Muntzimon costume to digivolve to Muntzimon. When you do go to Toy Town and use the costume to digivolve to Muntzimon, you do gain a stat benefit when you digivolve when you digivolve from Numamon to Muntzimon at Toy Town. You do get a big stat boost plus a life extension, but when you digivolve to Etamon or Digitamamon via a digivolution item, you don't get a stat boost, nor do you get a life extension, and that's the same with all digivolution items. So that's the same with all digivolutions that happen via the use of digivolution items. When it comes to natural digivolutions, you do when it comes to natural digivolutions, your stats tend to go up when you digivolve. Medal? Oh, it's year 11, day 1. Okay, so I've earned the 10-year medal. I was caught off guard by that. I have the 10-year medal and the medal for defeating Machinedramon. And I've lost my train of thought. I was saying oh yeah, when it comes to natural digivolutions, usually your stats go up when you digivolve. I say usually because I explained about the fact that digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon can result in your stats going down, even though it's a natural digivolution. And I can also think of other times when I've naturally digivolved from a champion Digimon to an ultimate Digimon, and my stats have stayed the same. But nonetheless, when it comes to natural digivolutions, usually your stats go up. When it comes to digivolutions via digivolution items, your stats stay the same. And then when it comes to special digivolutions, well, it can vary. Sometimes am I going to escape here? Looks like it. When it comes to special digivolutions, sometimes your stats can go up. Like, for example, if you have a rookie Digimon, like let's say Ogremon, and you lose a life, and then you special digivolve to Barkamon, then your stats go up. But if you if you special digivolve from a rookie, from a Digimon of any sort to Sukamon, then your stats halve. And if you special digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Nanimon, then your stats stay the same. When it comes to stats and digivolutions, sometimes things can be a bit unpredictable. We are almost up to Digitalmamon, and this is the last battle in the game, the last recruit in the game, the last battle of the challenge, the last recruit of the challenge. Digimon mentioned that I have 97 prosperity points. Digitalmamon will give me an extra 3, bringing it up to 100. And the only hint that Angemon gave me was in regards to Digitalmamon. So, here we go. And that brings us up to 100 prosperity points and concludes the challenge. Every single Digimon that I recruited was recruited when my partner Digimon was the same as the Digimon that was being recruited. And if I go to Digimon, then he will confirm that I have 100 prosperity points, although seeing as my tamer level is at the maximum, I won't be presented with a medal because there's a bit of a bug where in order for him to present you with the medal, you need your tamer level to be below 10 so that your tamer level can go up, because when you talk to Digimon after recruiting the final Digimon, your tamer level is meant to go up. So if your tamer level is below 10, then your tamer level will go up, and then it will trigger the next bit where you get given a medal. But if your tamer level is at the maximum, then your tamer level can't go up, and it can't trigger the bit where you get given the medal, and you would need your tamer level to go down in order to be able to be given the medal. You would need your tamer level to go down so that it can go up when you speak to Digimon, and then you get the medal. Obviously our tamer level is at the maximum, so we can't get the medal, but we have made it up to 100 prosperity points nonetheless. There you see, and that is challenge complete. "24 raised Digimon had all but 3 of the Digimon, Megadramon, Phoenixmon, and Hercules Carbuterimon. Thank you for watching, and hope you enjoyed.